morning. I'd like to welcome everyone here this morning, April 24th, 2019. If you would please rise with us and share the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Boice.
I like these 9 a.m. meetings.
I like them. 7 a.m. is good enough for me. But
whose idea was it anyway?
Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we met last week, we only lost one additional officer, so we're still way below for 4.5 months compared to 2018. So we're at 33. Military deaths, we're at 13. One gained since last week. If I may, Mr. Chair, offer a moment of silence for the people killed in Sri Lanka. As of this morning, that death toll is up to 359. Probably 600 maimed, wounded for life, at least most of those. They found a video of little girls in their Easter Sunday outfits. And this is how those evil people deal with their political opponents and their theology opponents. So, if I may ask for 20 seconds of silence, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you again.
All right. Do we have any amendments to the agenda?
I have two. Under consent agenda number 6D, that would, to change that from Commissioner Gold to Commissioner Boice.
Okay.
And then I'd like to add item G, which is appointment to the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority, Sue Gold.
Could you repeat that, please, Director Schmelzer?
Sure. It's for 6D, assigning a liaison to emergency services would be, the change would be, that would be Commissioner Boice.
I'm sorry, I got that one. The one to...
Item G would be an appointment to the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority. Currently, Commissioner Paasch is assigned to that, and that would be assigned to, we'd approve Commissioner Gold representing us on that airport authority.
Thank you.
Any other amendments?
Mr. Chair, I do. If now's the time, at the end of the day, under other, two things that I think are a little bit urgent. One is the John Hitt contract. I'd like to revote on that today, subject to board approval. I'm just a little concerned the way he was treated when he left here about a year ago. And I'm just concerned that we are kind of dragging his contract out, and I think we got so busy last week we just failed to vote on that. It's for $5,000, you may recall, Mr. Chair, and it's $35 an hour. And correct me if I'm wrong, Director Schmelzer, a third to half his time would be in aiding in all the planning responsibilities down there.
No, that's a separate contract. So we have that separate contract for planning, and then the one that was discussed last week was a separate contract for consumption tax and other projects as needed.
Okay, but did we change his rate of pay to a new contract to represent $35 an hour as opposed to previous $25 an hour?
He still has the planning contract at $25 an hour.
So is there a way you think we could clean that up today? I understand we're not having a meeting on the 2nd. That would be another 2-week delay. I'm concerned with the activity, the demand that's going on down there, and I know you are too. If we could get him plugged back in on the likelihood that he's still interested in doing that, and at least get him in on the planning aspect, and we could deal with the second contract perhaps later on.
Well, I think we'd want to discuss it but not take action, because I think we'd want Becky here. We'd want the planning director, and we'd want that contract in front of us as well.
Okay, so can we put that under other today? Are you okay with that?
Well,
For
we want to have,
discussion?
for discussion, sure.
Great. Mr. Chair, the other one, we're still behind on the Wolf Advisory Committee. We've got ranchers that...
One second, let me write this one
Okay.
down. So we're going to speak about HIT. What's other A, okay.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair, the Wolf Committee. We were turned down a request, a very good request, in my view, to the Oregon Department of Agriculture to
Right.
combine with Coos County. For whatever reason, that's been declined, and so we're on our own, and I'm sure we'll be able to work very closely with Coos County, but I think we need to get that advisory committee
Bring it back.
together as soon as possible. So if we could put that under other and make some progress on that today, I'd really appreciate it. As far as I know, there's been no additional predator, probable wolf attacks, but they usually seem to come when you least anticipate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other amendments to the agenda? Have a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, we still have the Oregon Transportation Commission letter regarding the Highway 101 repairs and improvements to support the Southwest Area Commission on Transportation.
We don't have a letter in front of us,
Okay.
but you had talked about a letter and you had drafted a letter. If you want the board to support that, we can put that on and discuss that.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think you thought that was just going to go from a single commissioner, myself, and Mr. Chair, I'd like to have you sign that as chair and on the expectation that we'd have full board approval. That's a very important letter. I could read it later on if that helps.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion.
So
I move
moved.
that-
Whoop.
That's okay.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second?
I'll second it.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice,
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
With a first, since I've been seated, no public comments, we will move on to presentations.
That's disappointing, actually.
No, it's okay. Youth Pathways Partnership, Ms. Matteson, Economic Development Coordinator.
Good morning,
Morning.
Commissioners. Summer Matteson Economic Development. As you know, a critical component of economic development is the support for our youth, giving them every opportunity to succeed and flourish in the community. And so I would like the opportunity to introduce the speaker for our first presentation. He's Gene Merrill with the Youth Pathways Partnership. Mr. Merrill is a lifelong Illinois Valley resident. He has 20 years of business and organizational management experience, mostly working with youth ages 17 to 25. Gene also has experience with the coastal economies, having owned retail businesses in Coos and North Bend. He began working in education at the Three Rivers School District in 2015, and shortly thereafter created the Youth Pathways model by working with the Oregon Department of Education and Oregon's Bureau of Labor and Industries. And that helped to identify barriers and requirements to youth internships. As the program grew, it caught the attention of many county municipal leaders and businesses and developed into the Youth Pathways Partnership, which is now a nonprofit organization that is breaking down the silos around our municipalities, businesses, and educational institutions with a common goal: ensuring youth have better futures and our local businesses have the workforce they need to help create vibrant communities. Thank you for the opportunity to learn more about the partnership available with the Youth Pathways Partnership Program. Gene?
Okay, if I fumble here trying to play around with the technology, I apologize.
Gene, you'll want to introduce yourself into the microphone too.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Gene Merrill, the program director for the Youth Pathways Partnership. This is a Josephine County organization. It started in Josephine County, and the idea is basically common sense. It's pretty simple. And what we found through talking with Ms. Schmelzer is that there are a lot of similarities between Josephine County and Curry County. And so the way that we're doing this program in Josephine County is something that can directly relate to Curry County. So I'm not here to sell you on a program or try to convince you. I'm going to talk about the program and what we're doing, and if it's something that Curry County thinks could benefit the youth of Curry County, then we'd be happy to work with you guys in instituting it over here as well. So Youth Pathways Partnership is essentially a youth-based internship program, and that's a completely different animal than anything out there. There are work experiences which give students first-time jobs and pay them through various means. There are programs that the schools do to give students work-based learning experiences or career-related learning experiences. My experience as a business owner working with youth was that these short-time things are absolutely fantastic, but there's a key component missing, and that's the actual experience of the day-to-day operations of a business. If you talk to a business owner, you'll soon find out that the first couple of weeks with a new employer usually just great, and it's after that things start going downhill. And so my experience was that we needed these students out there in the workplace for a long enough period of time that they were really able to see the ebbs and flows of those businesses. And by doing that, we really helped the students to kind of target their post-secondary goals, whether that's a career right into the workforce, as many of our youth do, or it's going off into higher education. It's especially critical in higher education. I'm sure you're all aware of the costs, the $1.5 trillion of educational debt that there are out there. Economists are saying 40% of that is unrecoverable. That's a large chunk of money that's just going to disappear out of the nation's economy. And so by having students really focus on what they want to do, we can help them make some decisions before they go off into post-secondary education or training, make some educated decisions. So the program really started through our little tiny high school in Cave Junction. We decided that we needed to do something different. Our youth just did not have access to post-secondary education. Our closest college, Road Community College, only received about 25% of our students. Our businesses were actually the ones that were absorbing the most of our youth. They were going right out into the workforce with very few skills. And so what we really found were that in talking with the businesses, the skills that make really good students directly translate to making really good employees. And so when we start focusing on building those skills, we're not only building educational engagement, educational attainment, but we're also building the workforce that our businesses need. From the school's perspective, of course, education is the important thing. We have those students for 13, maybe 14 years, and then they're going off and they're spending decades out into the workforce. So education is really starting to realize that we have to be preparing those students, especially with the large numbers of them that are going into the workforce, for that next critical step in their lives. And so we came together as a group. The partnership is a representation of the 2 school districts that are in Josephine County, the municipal agencies, so the cities of Grants Pass and Cave Junction, the county commissioners, the Chamber of Commerce, and many local businesses. Being a county that's similar to Josephine County, I'm sure you can realize that getting all of those diverse interests into a common theme and goal and working towards a common purpose is a feat in and of itself. And I think it happened because people realize how important our youth are, and they're willing to set aside some philosophical differences and political differences to do what's best for the youth of our counties. So what we see is that in rural communities, we're all faced with some of the same challenges. Businesses are struggling to find quality employees. The brain drain that happens in our rural communities is severe. Youth feel that they have to move if they're going to find any opportunities. Unfortunately, in our communities, even our small rural communities, we have excellent jobs that go unfilled often. One conversation with our fire chief over there, he said that in Josephine County, he and the other fire chiefs talk about how they can't find youth within the community. These are youth that are invested in that community. They're not moving into these critical careers. They're outsourcing and finding these jobs from other areas and trying to import people. You guys have the same housing shortages here that we do. It makes it very difficult to find people who can move into an area, find housing, and want to live there. Tight labor markets also mean that youth that are looking for their first jobs are competing with adults. When you take a look at the sectors of our economy that are the largest, retail trade, those service industries are very big. And so you have students with no work experience who are now going out and trying to compete with jobs with adults who have years or decades worth of experience. And of course, employers want somebody who they are going to have to invest the least training in. So of course, the youth generally lose out. The state of Oregon did a study. This is from 2014, and it's absolutely amazing. I'll leave a copy with a couple things highlighted with Julie so she can copies for you. They call youth in the labor force endangered because it's that critical. Our young people do not have the access to the labor markets that many of us had when we were younger. If you look at the table of contents, they talk about not working is the norm for teens, previous work experience problem, youth leaving the labor force due to discouragement, how regulations for hiring young people are hampering things, requirements for hiring minors. Youth are substituting education for labor market experience, which has long-lasting effects in their careers and their abilities to work. There are some absolutely critical areas in here that the Youth Pathways process addresses because we're working with both industry and with our education systems to have a common process. Unfortunately, it's not showing up real well on there, but that little red at the bottom, it says Oregon's rural areas face specific challenges. As you guys are aware, in these rural areas, we really don't have the access that some of the larger urban areas have and the supports for youth. This next slide, I'm going to have to do a little juggling here. This is a slide that was created by the Ford Family Foundation. If we can get it to drop out. When we first created the program. The program started in 2016. I started developing it through
The Illinois Valley is a sprawling, economically disadvantaged
through a grant that was granted by the Ford Family Foundation. The grant was given to us because what we were doing was something that was unique and different. In fact, it was so different that the board of directors removed it from their normal grant-making process and put it directly underneath one of their program directors. And so our grant actually answers directly to the director of learning and knowledge management for the Ford Family Foundation, which is an extremely unusual situation for an organization like that. And so this video was actually created for the board of directors after our first round of interns went through the program, just to give them an update. And I think that it's very important because it really highlights the similarities I think that you'll see between the rural Cave Junction area and how this program worked there and the things that you'll see over here. It's about 5 minutes long, so we'll go through that real quick and then I'll wrap up the presentation.
rural area. It is home to some of the poorest communities in the state, one of those being Kirby, with a median household income of under $18,000 and having the unfortunate distinction of being the poorest town in Oregon. The high school has 350 students and struggles with high absenteeism and a persistently low graduation rate. A third of the 12th graders are either in the alternative education or GED program. Of the seniors who took the SAT in 2017, fewer than 7% met the benchmarks for both math and reading. The Career Preparation Internship Program is funded by the Ford Family Foundation and is the brainchild of Gene Merrill, the high school, college, and career advocate in his first year at the school. The purpose of the internship is to engage students at risk of dropping out in meaningful, productive work that offers them a chance to build self-esteem, engage in their community, learn job skills, and most importantly, give them a reason to come to school.
I'm Andrew Bell.
And where did you do your internship?
The city of Cave Junction, like the public works and then the water treatment plant. Most of the skills that I didn't know about was learning about like turbidity and stuff like that and how water is processed to make it drinkable. I did some plumbing. I wasn't really good at that, but they taught me, so it was pretty cool. I mean, that was a new skill that I learned that I can soon get better on, but it makes you feel good about yourself, making things look pretty for other people, you know, and you can say that you did that. Not a lot of students get to have an opportunity to, when they graduate high school, automatically have a job in their hands, you know. And I got that scholarship too, you know. It's like, that's what made me feel good about it, is because I worked for that money and I get to use it for what I want. It really set me straight path for when I graduate high school. I mean, it made me look better at things because I was just thinking I graduate high school and just going out and living with my parents until I found a job. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate everything Jean's done for us and Monet and all them. So thank you.
Jean Merrill actually got in touch with me, and so it was definitely a program that I wanted to be a part of. This area has a lack of adult mentors, and I feel like that's something that's really important in this area, especially for young women. There's a lot of guys who, you know, they work with younger kids a lot, but I feel like the young ladies in this area really don't get the same amount of exposure to responsible adults. So I think it's really important, and I would love to see more businesses participate in the mentorship program and really reach out, because there's a large group of kids in this area who they don't get the attention that they need. And if you can just volunteer a little bit of your time, it takes one person. That's really all it takes, is like one person to reach a kid. So I felt like even if we only see 2 kids in here through the rest of their year, we got the opportunity to influence them in a positive way. The girls that came, Lydia and Lily, were amazing. They were awesome to have here. They learned quickly. They asked a lot of great questions. They both seemed really interested in, going into the cosmetology industry. So it was really a good experience for us. I've had a lot of one-on-one, and so have the other girls, one-on-one conversations with these kids about, what's going on in their life and what's going on with them at school, and, what their plans are for the future and what they want to do. And that really gave us an opportunity to maybe give them some good life advice about, how to handle certain situations that they're going through. But also how to, maybe even just mistakes that I've made as a young adult coming right out of high school, and, how maybe I would have done something different for myself if I could go back. Honestly, it was really good to get to know these girls and be able to have those conversations with them, because I feel like we got to help them, but also they kind of got to help us a little bit by, maybe giving us a different outlook on the youth in our community. That there are responsible kids and there are good kids out there, and they just need people to give them a chance.
Sorry, we couldn't get the video to play directly from. So here's the landscapes, essentially. We know Josephine County's bigger. Curry County graduates about 180 students a year. Looking at, and we're not saying these are hard and fast numbers, but working with my team and our treasurer, we figured that a program in Curry County, the first year cost would be about $77,000 a year. Ongoing cost after that, about $117,000 versus the $193,000 for Josephine County. As more counties are involved, of course, there are costs that get reduced, and so the cost sharing definitely makes it more attractive. Really, the ultimate goal of the Youth Pathways program is that by 2023, in Josephine County at least, every student who goes through high school is going to have the opportunity to have one of these internship experiences. Internship experiences last a full semester. They're credit attaining. By and large, most of our students actually do it during the school day, which tends to catch some interest with education. Generally not, to start with, very excited interest, because they say, oh, kids are missing school. When you look at the hours that are spent in education through missed days, and the students' experiences that we have through the program, and how it does not affect in a negative way their education, really the growth that they get out of the program is definitely extremely valuable. These students are out there in real world experiences. It isn't a short-time job shadow where they're seeing something. They're really seeing something that's valuable, that's leading them towards hopefully a post-secondary attainment of some sort. There are lots of different things out there other than college that are extremely valuable avenues that lead to very successful, well-paid careers. We know post-secondary, as I said, about $1.5 trillion of educational debts held by Americans, and a large amount is unrecoverable. The interesting thing, especially for our poor rural communities, is that in January the Fed did a study, and they found that for every $1,000 in educational debt, there's a 1.8% less chance, less likelihood of home ownership. So when you figure that the national average is somewhere around $30,000 in educational debt for a college degree, that's a huge chunk of reduction in home ownership, which directly impacts our communities. We also found that most students who attempt higher education drop because of lack of financial resources. I wish we had some hard and fast data, but I would actually say through experience that it's not necessarily the lack of financial resources, but it's a lack of belief that those experiences that they're going through and that money that they're putting out is really going to lead them to something that's going to provide long-term and provide a better future. And so these are areas that our program really excels at. When we take a look at education in Oregon, it's really interesting. I will say that this is an older study. Unfortunately, the state hasn't put a lot of money into updating this. They followed some students who, the class of 2016, until they were 25 years old to see what their educational attainment was. This is the statewide snapshot right here. In the state of Oregon, 27% received some sort of post-secondary credential. That's going through a trade school, that's going through a state-recognized certificate program, community college, or university. 27%. When we look at low-income students, 12% across the state of Oregon receive some sort of a credential. That is a really disturbing figure to me. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot in Curry County. Brookings Harbor was the only school district included in this study. 18% of those students that they followed received some sort of a post-secondary credential. Again, that's very comparable with Three Rivers School District, the school district that this program started at. We look at higher education. Southwest Oregon Community College, 50% of the students were unable to meet expenses with the expected resources. That's family contributions, student earnings, and any aid that they get for school. 50%. Again, I would say from experience that it's not necessarily that they don't have the money, it's that when they get outside the high school doors and they're out there in the real world supporting themselves, it's difficult. And in a rural community, when you're working for low income and you start taking a look at it's going to cost me a few $1,000s a year to finish this degree, a lot of times that degree is what gets dropped. So the perceived barriers that we find in the program are, of course, cost, because all of our school districts are absolutely struggling. In small rural areas, transportation is an enormous problem. Transportation for the program is a barrier that many people perceive. Working together, we were working on ways to solve that. Public transportation, and Josephine County has actually given free transportation to any students in the internship program. We have offers of donated buses, so there are definitely ways to work around that. Student seat time is another concern, especially for the school districts. We've been very blessed that in Josephine County, the two school districts both see the fact that getting students in these experiences is absolutely valuable, and it's something that does not impact the seat time from the state, and so they're willing to allow for student-centered programs during the day. Business and industry support was actually the biggest thing that Ford Family Foundation saw it was going to be a hurdle. They in fact said that they didn't believe that we were going to be able to roll the program along as fast. Within the first year, we were actually able to place 300 interns, and we only had about 20 students who were interested in the program. So the business and industry out there are absolutely desperate for programs like this. They want to see youth coming into their place as a business. It's just up to us as a community to make for sure that these types of things occur. The other issue is school staff time. Most schools do already have folks that focus on college and career preparedness. And that's the other thing with our business liaison. Mr. Shannon came over with me today. He's our Josephine County business liaison. You can't expect the schools to go out in the communities and develop those relationships and maintain them long term. The unfortunate reality with our small rural schools is we have high turnovers in staffing. We have a lot of people that move in and out for businesses. And so you need somebody in an organization whose focus is making for sure that those relationships are maintained and continued, so that when you create a good program, that program doesn't disappear because that relationship between an educator and a business disappeared. So this type of program, experiential learning, internships, is extremely important for a couple of critical reasons. And it's because internships, this was a study by Dr. Andrew Clark, they found that it's a pivotal event and practice towards the final transition from school to work. That's why many higher education institutions are actually having students do work-based education experiences. It's becoming more and more common in post-secondary education for students to be required before they even enter a program of study to have a certain number of experience hours. I had a phone call from a former student yesterday. He needs 400 hours in the patient contact area before he can enter into a nursing program that he wants to go into. Another young lady who was part of our program this year needed 80 hours as a veterinary technician. Students can't get that. In a small community, they're vying for the adults out there. It's illegal for a student to volunteer, or for any person to volunteer in a for-profit business. And so the students often get left on the short end of the stick. Medical careers especially are requiring more and more contact time before they allow people to enter into those programs of study, because the sizes of the cohorts are so limited, they can't waste time with people who are not interested in those fields. And so once again, our youth are usually the ones that get left to the side of the road. The other thing that we find is that working class and first generation students especially, that's all of our students in Josephine County and in Curry County, they rely more heavily on institutionalized structures for access and benefit and bettering their lives. And so that's why it's very important for programs like this to be part of the educational process. We're not only guiding the process by working with education, but that's really where those students gain access. They need to ride the bus to school. They need those meals at school. They need to be able to ride that bus back home. Very few of our students have the ability to just hop in a vehicle. The 5-10% that are able to do that, there are tons of programs out there. Those programs do focus on students like that because it's the easy fruit. You can say, hey, join us in this and get these experiences. And those students with very robust home supports from higher socioeconomic backgrounds are the ones that naturally jump into that program. What we found in creating this program in Josephine County is we really weren't creating a program, we were creating a culture change. It took a while before we had students who really needed the program to just come forward on their own and say, hey, I heard about that internship program. I'm interested in becoming a nurse, a medical assistant. How can I become part of that? So the schools do, as I say, many things that prepare students. Informational interviews, job shadows, things like that. Career highlights, where a group of students goes into a workplace or a business comes to the school and does a presentation. Career exploration days and career fairs. Short-term experiences, externships, where the students may be job shadowing somebody for an extended period of time, like a full school day or a couple of days. And of course, we have our shop classes and CTE programs, and that really ties into Perkins federal funding. Internships are a completely different animal, and if we do them correctly, we can do them very well. We can get students into industries that are not available to them even through work experience, areas like construction, through an internship that's articulated through the educational institutions. Students can be up on a roof working. Students can work with woodworking equipment. They can weld. They can do many of these very valuable experiences that they cannot access if they go out and get a job. And so by instituting a program like this, we're really giving our youth a leg up that they have never been able to access before. One of the things that is very important in these kinds of experiences are really teaching the students the soft skills. And these are going back to the beginning where I say that the skills that make a good student also make a good employee. Reliability, collaboration, communication, clear into workplace safety and resilience. These are the kinds of things that business people want to see. When a student has these kinds of personal skills, interpersonal skills, and then they have some experience in a career field, the businesses are much more interested in hiring them. And I think that's important for our youth, important for the viability of our communities. These are just some pictures of some of our youth out doing various things in the fields. I tell our business people and our agencies that are working with us, we're not giving you youth to babysit. This is another employee. You treat them the same as you would anybody else. We're not their secretary. We don't call in sick for them. The students go out, they do their experience. If the student is going to be missing for whatever reason, they're responsible for connecting with the business supervisor and letting them know. We really build these skills so that those students are gaining skills that are marketable in the future. So doing this, we really create a regional success model. We create partnerships with our business and industry and educational institutions, which historically is something that doesn't exist. I found that after coming from years in the business world to working in the school, that they are very siloed and they often don't speak. Educational outcomes are extremely important, and that's why these types of programs really have to originate and work directly with educational institutions. In fact, the Supreme Court's started identifying issues around internships because a lot of businesses were using internships as a way to lower their costs. And in 2015, they came up with a 7-part test. 5 of the 7 requirements for something to be a legal internship all revolve around educational outcomes and working with an educational institution. We create work-ready youth by going through a program like this. These students are graduating high school with confidence. They're graduating high school with a belief that they can go further now, and they're not trapped in those cycles of poverty that we see so many of our youth trapped in. And by doing that, we're creating community success. What we find is that this impacts students, as I said, in hope. It gives them focus, better focus towards post-secondary as well as their current academics. It creates resilience in students because they now have not only belief in themselves, but they also now have mentors in the community who have helped them identify pathways that make more sense and that make those students believe that their goals are achievable. Businesses, interestingly enough, have said that this impacts them in positive ways that we didn't even anticipate. We didn't realize that businesses would look at this as it improving their outcomes. Many small businesses don't have, especially if they're well-paid careers, don't have a high turnover. And so when youth are coming into these businesses on internships, the business is actually practicing onboarding new employees. And so when they do have the chance to bring somebody new on, of course they have some test-driven employees right there in the making, but they really found that it improves their internal processes and makes them better. It increases the engagement in our businesses and our communities and our schools, and I think that's absolutely vital. One of the things that it really saddens me to see are when communities and educational institutions are completely separated and don't work with each other, because we actually all are part of a vital community, and if we don't work together, we're not going to create any change in the lives of our youth. And it creates connection, especially between the youth and business. Oftentimes you'll see people talk about how the latest headline reads that some kid was caught vandalizing something, or there was some issue with a student. When the businesses are seeing these kids in their workplaces and our community members are seeing these students in their workplaces and realizing that our youth are really learning some valuable skills, it makes our entire community look much more positively towards all aspects of it, and people really feel like our communities are moving forward. All right. That is the end of that. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have now or at some point later.
Commissioner Gold?
Is it okay if I ask several questions?
Sure.
Because I'm very
On a
interested
little bit
in
of
what's...
a time crunch, so just so you
Okay,
know.
I'll try to cut it short. I noticed you got a lot of money from the Ford Foundation. If you were to extend your program into Curry County, would those funds also be available for us to probably apply for, I would assume?
They will. Because of our position with Ford Family Foundation, I've already spoken with them, and they're very interested in seeing the program expand to a larger model. And so we'll be working on grant writing coming up for that.
Okay, another question I have, you said that students were not paid or could not be paid for their work. Are we paying them through the grants? Is that how it's happening?
No, because when a paycheck becomes involved, that actually eliminates many of the things that are most valuable for the students to be able to do. And so an unpaid youth internship model is really the only model that makes sense and allows students to get the broadest range of experiences.
Okay, and I noticed you had 1 semester credit. Do you get FTE? I guess that's what they call it in California.
Okay. An experience like this doesn't affect the students' FTE. It doesn't affect the students' seat time whatsoever.
Okay, and have you done any studies about your graduation rates or those going on for higher degrees in your program?
It is. Every one of our students this semester, 50 students are in the program. Everyone is on track to graduate.
Great.
And it's really hard to say, if that's specifically from this program. Josephine County has made very concerted efforts towards increasing graduation rates.
Mm-hmm.
Both school districts have some amazing programs and supports that are going on. And I just see this as one of those supports. The goal is not, did we really get all these kids to graduate, but the goal is, did these kids graduate?
Okay, and just one last comment. I know I work in Brookings on the school board. Mm-hmm. And the graduation rate for those who are in the STEM program is 96%.
Yes. Arts.
Versus high 70s for the rest of the students, which is, to me, amazing. So I am really a big proponent of the STEM program and internships.
Arts, STEMs, and CTE all see much higher graduation rates than the typical student.
Because they see a relevance in school.
Exactly.
Well, anything?
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
I just have one question, Jean. What about capacity? I know you brought Joshua on. Joshua has a great background, but would your organization have the capacity to take on Curry County?
We would. So the way that we would do that would be hiring a business liaison for Curry County. I feel very strongly that that person needs to be based within the community. Joshua has phenomenal skills, probably wouldn't be as effective coming over here and trying to talk to businesses as somebody who's based in this community and has experience. And so that is one component. Past that, we're going to be training that person. So I'm training that person to do what we've already done, and they're duplicating our efforts. And so the capacity really isn't a huge issue. The other thing that we would have to create over here would be an advisory board. I think it's very important that the educational institutions, the businesses, and the municipal agencies all have say in how the program is operating within the communities that it's operating in. And so we would create an advisory board who would actually help drive the work over here as well.
There's a little time crunch for the veterans presentation, so I wonder, Mr. Chair, if you may want to hold these folks over and just kind of reverse the direction or sequence here. And
I think we were done right there. So.
Superintendent Wilson, did you have anything to add? I'd sure like to recognize Gold Beach Superintendent Wilson has done a super job for our schools here.
You have to step up to the mic, sir, if you're going to say anything.
Summer invited me to, Tim Wilson, Superintendent, Central Curry School District. Summer gave me a special invitation to come today to hear the presentation as the organization is planning a huge event at Seven Feathers in September. Wanted to make sure that I had a good understanding to support that. At a recent review of Measure 98, or the high school success funds that all schools did locally, one of the things we looked at as the 3 county school districts was an intentional look at partnerships between the 3 schools. There are limited resources with that. I see this as a great partner for all 3 school districts to take advantage of. So I would be very interested in supporting this.
Thank you, sir. Well, I applaud you guys. I mean, this is a great organization, and I'm very, very interested in it. I think part of the biggest problem we have, I have something similar to this at my ranch, and part of the biggest problems we have is finding people that are willing to put the time into these kids. I've got plenty of kids. It's just finding the people that'll put their time into them. So if you want to hang around, we have to take a break in about 20 minutes, which we can split the veterans thing up and maybe answer some quiet questions in the hallway. That would be great. Thank you so much.
Did you have anyone else, Summer? Anyone else?
Okay, because we're in a little bit of a time crunch for the veterans thing. Go ahead, Commissioner Boice.
Well, I'm just going to ask Connie Hunter to come up, and she can set the agenda here for the next presentations. I think I'm going to go last.
Hi, I'm Connie Hunter, and I'm from South Curry County, and I want to make sure that we get our speakers that need to leave by 10 o'clock right away. So Sherry, come on up, and then we'll for sure have Jessica second. Will that be okay with everybody's time schedule? Okay, we're talking a lot about whole health today, and one of the most important things that we can do for each other is to stay healthy. And one of the programs that's being put together is called Seed to Supper. And I'm not going to say any more about it, but this is something that we hope veterans will get involved with. And Sherry, take it from here and self-intro, please.
You got it. I'm Sherry Baum from Brookings, and I am one of the master gardeners. We're working with the Oregon Food Bank and the Oregon State University Master Gardeners Program, and we're starting classes in Crescent City as well as in Brookings. It's a 6-week series to teach people how to do gardening, low-income gardening. So it's free. All the supplies are being given to the people who can actually attend. We're hoping to have 2 series. One starts in June and goes to July, and then the second one we're hoping in August and September. And the whole point of the program is to help people who are on a budget learn how to grow their own food and supplement their home food, reduce their bills, and then also center around health and cooking also. The last couple of classes are about harvesting and preparing the food so that we can hopefully not only bring more sustainability to food for these families that are struggling and the veterans that are struggling, but also to teach them how to better care for their health. So mainly, I'm just here to introduce it to you. I think you all have flyers that talk about it, and I'm grateful to be able to present it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like to make sure that we get all this information into one fact sheet, so we'll present that later. Jessica Lloyd Rogers, can you come on up here, young lady? Jessica is a fantastic person that I've met recently while working on developing the Mental Health Advocacy Council for VA Roseburg. I'm not going to give a whole lot of an introduction because you know what, she's just amazing and she'll do a wonderful job without a big intro. Also want it before we go, hand this to you because you had to come all the way down from Ware and have to turn around and go all the way back up to Roseburg, and that's a little fun for you later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I'm sorry, I can't clone myself. I did drive down from Reedsport this morning, and I have to be back in North Bend at noon to meet with another veterans organization. So until I learn to clone myself, but thank you. So good morning, Chair Paasch, Vice Chair Boice, and Commissioner Gold. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Jessica Lloyd Rogers. I'm the chair of the Roseburg VA Mental Health Advocacy Council, and I believe you have flyers that give a bit of an introduction there. Although we are currently based out of Roseburg, we cover the entire mental health catchment area, which consists of Del Norte County, California, Lynn, Benton, Douglas, Coos, and Curry County, which is why I'm here. The Mental Health Advocacy Council consists of consumers, these are veterans, consumers, family members, representatives from community agencies and veteran service organizations who come together to improve mental health services and access to mental health services for all veterans. As some of you may have heard or may know, there are tons of veterans out there who do not consider themselves veterans. They don't know that they're veterans. They don't know that they're entitled. They don't know where to go. And if they do, sometimes they can't get there to get the help they need. We advocate for correcting all of that. While all members are encouraged to contribute in this council, only veteran mental health consumers may hold office and only veterans vote. And that way we keep it a veteran-run, veterans helping veterans. We welcome anyone who has that kind of connection and passion to help our veterans. But we want to maintain it as a veteran-run, veterans helping veterans. We have 3 aims, which rests on a foundation of partnership with other veterans, with their family members and caregivers, with community organizations, local governments, mental health services, and the VA itself. We are especially seeking to partner in those areas where we know the need is most acute: women veterans, aging veterans, the veterans who are unhoused, as well as those who've been involved with the justice system. And unfortunately, suicide intervention and prevention is critical to all of those groups. These partnerships and collaborations are critical to forging positive relationships and solution-oriented answers. We are not a gripe session. That's not our purpose. You can bring your gripes to us, but we're going to say, do you have an idea about how to fix it? If not, let's see if we can come up with something. We are also not going to be solving a veteran's problem. If we get 2 or 3 or more veterans coming saying, I have this problem with this, and it has to do with access or something that's systemic, we will address the systemic issue, and we will refer that veteran to a patient advocate or to another person who can actually help them with their individual case. And we're very, very clear on that. We're hoping you'll be a part of that collaborative process. That's part of why I'm here. Because we have such a large catchment area, I live in Reedsport and drive to North Bend for the majority of my care. And as we know there, and you probably know in Brookings, everything centers in Roseburg. And the mental health catchment area is 6 counties. So we want to make sure that we spread that out and make sure that we get representation from all of those counties. Our first goal, based on that foundation of partnership, is outreach. Veterans need to know, we need to identify them, and we need to connect with them where they are so that they know that they are included in this. We also want to reach out to community organizations who are already doing a piece of the work but may not be aware that they could easily be connected with other organizations and share the load and double our impact or increase our impact. The rural area is a big piece of that. Much of the catchment area consists of rural areas, so we're doing a lot of work there. Our second goal is education, which often dovetails with outreach. Education is not just educating the veteran, but it's educating the communities. Sometimes it's educating the VA about what the most effective way to reach is. It's also spreading information about research. That includes best practices, latest research on aging. We have a huge problem in Oregon of aging vets. The average age of veterans in Oregon is 57. That means that we're starting to talk about dementia, bodies breaking down. Another fairly serious issue is late onset PTSD. That's what happened to me. 40 years after I got out, I got hit with PTSD. I didn't know what was going on. I thought I was going crazy. There was no support. When it was finally diagnosed, I got support. The most comforting thing to hear was, you know what? That's totally normal. Lots of people keep their PTSD. They don't even know they have it. They're raising kids, they're working, they're building a life. They become seniors, we'll put that in quotes. They retire, their life, their work eases off, and their brain has space to go, okay, that thing you buried, now there's time to deal with it. Only it doesn't ask you permission. It just shows up. And people don't know that's normal. It would be really, really helpful if veterans knew that's not uncommon. They're actually right on track. A little challenged, but right on track. And third, the Roseburg Mental Health Advocacy Council is here to advocate for changes that may be systematic or affect veterans in the larger sense. We'll advocate for policies that provide meaningful service from the mental health consumer standpoint. We're here to address concerns, evaluate suggestions, and destigmatize the need for mental health care. As I said, we're currently based in Roseburg, where we meet once a month on the second Monday of the month from 11 to 12:30 in Building 16, and there's information on the flyer. In order to build a strong organizational foundation, we're maintaining a single meeting place for the rest of this year, although, as you can see, I'll be out and about. And we're actively recruiting folks from these other areas, Curry County, Del Norte County, some of the other counties that we don't have folks from. So I'm hoping to get some active participants from Curry County. Next year, we plan to have a minimum of 1 subchapter in every county. And we're just going for a minimum. We decided to keep it at least a little bit reasonable. We know we've bitten off a huge chunk. We're determined to work for change because we think it's that important. We're hoping you'll be part of that. And we know that as veterans, we've already been hit with a lot of challenges. So we know we can do this, but we can't do it alone. We need the help of all of you. So that's why I'm here. I'm asking you for that. Thanks so much for hearing me today.
Well, thank you for driving all the way down here. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry I have to leave. That just feels really disrespectful, and I don't mean it that way.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
I had to get that hug in case she has to exit before I'm able to go give her one as she leaves. Jessica wears another hat, and she didn't tell you about that. Is it the president of the...
Oh, you're giving away all my secrets.
Well, at least this one.
I also serve as the statewide president for the Oregon Foster Parent Association.
So,
Former foster youth, former foster parent, and now I cause trouble at the legislature.
so
Well, that's good.
veterans are everywhere, and our female veterans are amazing people too. I'd like to ask Will Wasson and Gary Markwart to decide who comes next. Will is a fantastic young man that I've sometimes when I go up to go to the Coos Curry Housing Authority meetings, I go up to North Bend. So I'll meet with Jessica and Will and other people from North Bend. So Will is the VA Suicide Prevention Coordinator for Curry, Coos, and Del Norte counties. Come on up, Will. He's doing a fantastic job.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, directors. Thank you, guests. My name is Will Wasson. I am the Coastal Suicide Prevention Coordinator for the VA. As Connie mentioned, I do work Coos County, Curry County, Del Norte, and also the coastal towns of Florence as well. I'd be remiss not to just start by saying thank you, Connie Hunter, for allowing and facilitating opportunities like this for myself and the VA. I think that's an important aspect, is that one of the things I'm seeing missing is the presence of the VA at a very important aspects where we can really offer up the opportunities that we're creating for veterans and the services that we do have. So I want to make sure that I'm consistent voice with my fellow cohorts. You know, there's a few things that drive my passion, and I've had the fortune of speaking to a couple of you, but I really want to make sure that by me speaking, I'm increasing awareness. Suicide is a national public health concern for all. Veterans are a high at-risk population, and I believe that the more that we're talking about it, the better we have an opportunity of creating awareness. My previous work was in HIV in Baltimore, Maryland, and it was a very another stigmatized public health concern. And if we do not get people identifying that it is occurring, better understanding of how to see the warning signs and then what to do if you do see them, then we're going to continue to see the challenges of death by suicide. I also believe that it's important that we identify the gaps in services. We are in the rural communities. That's part of what brought me to this job, was I like the idea of getting my clinical aspect, but really working within the community. I figure if we can all collaborate better, identify these gaps, that we can create a larger safety net for the public at whole to reduce the risk of death by suicide, but for veterans specifically. Couple things, I just want to give you a little overview of the program briefly. Clinically, me and two other suicide prevention coordinators, we manage the Veteran Crisis Line. So each day I receive anywhere from 3 to 15 calls from Oregon veterans in acute situations where we are deeming them safety and if necessary sending a welfare check. 2 gripes about the VA, and I'm hearing those and making sure that they are heard, because that's part of the problem, is not being heard. 2, lack of access to resources. And so that is part of our goal as suicide prevention coordinators, is to make sure they're safe. to make sure that they are heard and validate those experiences, especially if they're acute, because often the time is they just want to be heard. And then the third part is to make sure that we are getting them to the services that are creating the barriers towards their safety and good functioning, healthy functioning. So that's on the veteran crisis line. With that, we also manage a high-risk dashboard, so any veteran who has a previous attempt or is at risk, we are monitoring their mental health services to ensure that they have weekly appointments, making sure if a missed appointment or a no-show happens, they are rescheduled within 24 hours. Discharge planning, very important. If they're at a higher level of care and all of a sudden is deemed appropriate for a lower level of care or discharge from an APU, that makes them about 50% at more increased risk for self-harm. So we really want to make sure in those first moments and thereafter they feel supported. Additionally, we are working on a different rubric database, which allows us to identify social determinants, about 10 to 12, between housing, substance use, suicidal attempts. This is all done within our medical record database, and it provides a list of veterans in this catchment area that we then enhance their care service delivery, whether it's a monthly card we send them, whether it's providing phone calls. We want to make sure that they are seen and heard. So that's the passion that drives our clinical. But the reason I took this job is because I heard a statistic that blew my mind. On average, there are 20 suicide deaths by veterans each month. Only 6 of them are in VA care. That means we have 14 veterans dying each month on average that are not accessing VA care. So therefore, what I just mentioned we are doing on the clinical side will not have an impact. And so that's why we are using the public health approach at the VA. Public health approach starts by working in the federal, the state, and local. And an important aspect that we're trying to do is making sure we're creating that safety net, that we're getting everyone to understand there is an important need here, and if we work together, then we can decrease death by suicide. One aspect of that for us is getting involved in the Be There approach. And if you've not seen it, a quick just Google hashtag Be There. The idea being is one person can make a change for one person just by being present and listening. Taking a moment to quiet and hear them and help them understand while it's going to be hard, there are options for help. That's the Be There approach, and it is, if you probably just take a couple more moments after me saying it, you'll see the hashtag Be There quite present out throughout a national campaign. We're also working really hard to make sure that we're increasing access to suicide prevention consultation. So if you're a community provider, whether you're attached to the VA choice care or not, and you are servicing a veteran, and you are having challenges in terms of improving their outcomes or treatment planning, there is a national hotline that you can call or email, and you will get a suicide prevention specialist who will work on treatment plannings with you specifically for that veteran. And that is for any professional out in the community. And I think that's an important part, because the part for me I've noticed with suicide is we're scared. We may be professionals and we may be a psychologist, but if we're not feeling comfortable in our skill sets and identifying suicide and what to do with it, then we shy away from it. And that is a missed opportunity, because just asking the question can save a life. We are also working to make sure that we are doing community SAVE training. So the VA has a suicide prevention SAVE model, training model. It's called SAVE. And that is something that I'm out in the community trying to make sure that I am providing to agencies, government agencies, schools, across the business, because again, if 14 are not in VA care, it's the everyday interaction with someone else that could save that person's life. I think it's very important also that we talk about gun lock distribution. We are very key on giving as many gun locks as needed to a veteran to ensure that they use them at that moment. They hand them to their veteran friend to make sure that those guns are locked, or heck, if they hold them on the safe storages and use them at a different time, great. Because if we can get them to surf that acute risk moment of suicide with impulsivity, we can save a life. It can be up to minimal 60 seconds, 90 seconds, where if they can ride that urge, which a lock can do, then they could be coming to a more stable mind and not be any sort of self-harm. I think important, I want to make sure I mention the challenges. VA representation I'm going to be here and I'm going to be out in the communities. I think that's important. So you'll start seeing me and my counterparts much more often. Lethal means storage facilities and strategies. If we can work with local communities to identify a way where we can safely storage firearms in these moments when they're high risk, or if a veteran wants to be able to self-store it, that to me is a huge opportunity. So developing these partnerships where we can increase safe storage facility. Other challenges, awareness. That's again why we're here. Transferring of veterans. I had a veteran who was placed on a 2-physician hold. I'd been working with the veteran for over a week. We got a veteran crisis line call from the Philippines where he was unsafe. He was deemed safe, returned back to the Oregon, and said that he was going to harm himself. We got him in a same-day appointment. He was placed on a 2-physician hold, and 20 hours later, he was released. I lack understanding in that there was a transfer opportunity to our APU, acute psychiatric unit in Roseburg, so that we could safely allow this patient to reduce all the acute at-risk portions of what he was stating that and were assessed by the physician. I think that's an opportunity for us to work with local hospitals. Also, lack of services. We talked a bit about this. Lack of access, including housing, transportation, job employment training, mental health services, medical care, chronic pain management. Those are a lot of the things I'm hearing on this veteran crisis line every day that are causing at-risk situations for someone harming themselves. I want to give you just a little bit of understanding of what I'm out there doing, and I hope Brookings is my next path. Currently, things that I'm involved in, I have an suicide prevention training for 40 to 50 local professionals in Coos County that's happening at the Mills Casino Business Center. On June 11th, we are training mental health professionals, but local community members, veterans, youth. After that 2-hour training, we will break up into subcommittees so we can develop next plans. Youth, veterans, what are our other at-risk populations? The more we have initiatives going, the more awareness is provided, the more we will see a decrease in suicide. I am also joining a rural mobile crisis unit response, and I've just joined a pilot committee in Florence, and that's another opportunity for us to address those acute situations. Last part, I am working with the vet centers. Paasch Vet Center is the vet center that services the Brookings area. I've contacted them to see if they can be a presence here at least once a week. Let's have vets servicing vets. I've already got the Eugene Vet Center to agree to come down weekly and provide individual therapy and group therapy in Coos County. So that's the next mission. Ultimate goal, our own vet center, our own rec center down in this 101 corridor. Let's get an opportunity to create a place where veterans can go, feel supported by other veterans, and engage in activities that are healthy and supportive of each other. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have to take a 10-minute recess break. So we're going to recess at this time for 10 minutes. We'll be back 10:17.
Tune it, build it, launch it. If you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
have these parks which are set up to protect and preserve biodiversity. That's challenging under any circumstances. But it certainly is almost impossible if you don't know what the actual biodiversity that's in your park or the area that you're trying to conserve is.
BioBlitz is a celebration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life in an area. We don't know how much life and what types of life are here at Crater Lake National Park. The big obvious things we know about. But a BioBlitz is where we go out and look for a particular type of organism. This year we're looking for beetles, or the order Coleoptera.
The wealth of biodiversity that are in these parks, 99% of it is something that could fit in your hand.
We can't save what we don't know exists. So if there's a beetle species out there that's very important and we don't know about it, we can't do anything to help it. That is the ultimate goal of the BioBlitz. It's a way that citizens can come here. We have volunteers that are here who are actually giving this information. They're using their time to help the scientists build a greater picture of what kind of beetles are here in this park.
Getting this sort of baseline data of what biodiversity is there not only shows us what's there, which is just intrinsically interesting for its own purpose, but it also begins to set a baseline. And that baseline data set is what we then can use, and not just scientists, but the general public and those land managers, the stakeholders in that BioBlitz, can use those observations then on into the future to understand if things are changing.
It's not so much about counting number of species, it's more about seeing a fuller picture of the biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the variety of different types of organisms, different types of species.
I do believe that in their past BioBlitzes that they have expanded the number of things they now had recorded from the park, but also confirmed that some of the things that were reported historically are still present. So even if it's not a new discovery for the park, it still creates another piece of data that tells us, yes, that thing still lives here and is still thriving or maybe struggling, but we begin to learn something about it. I think that has an intrinsic value to the park for its long-term future, but it also just has an intrinsic social value when you ask questions about why do we have these parks? And there's lots of ways to answer that question, but one of them is that the parks are these areas where we go to appreciate the wildlife there. And this is a way of tapping into some of that wildlife at all sorts of different levels. One of the key things besides the biology that's involved in these BioBlitzes is the interaction with the public and the opportunity to educate the public about the biodiversity around them.
The citizen scientists are here working alongside professional scientists, and that allows them not just to connect with science here at the park, but connect with the greater scientific community. It's a real positive thing. We see all ages coming here, and they're just acting like kids out searching for bugs, but they're doing real science at the same time. It's a great connection between this amazing resource and the people that live around it.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years.
All right, we are back in. Mr. Court Boice, I'm guessing we'll be here momentarily, but I think we can move forward with the presentation. Ms. Hunter?
Thank you, Commissioner Paasch. I'm very happy to introduce Gary Marquardt. He's the Veterans Justice Outreach Coordinator for the Department of Veterans Affairs Roseburg Healthcare System, and he's based in Roseburg. But he's been down here a couple of times. This is something that when we did the first VA Healthcare Summit that Director Schmelzer will remember, one of the things that we talked about was we can't have a vets court here because we don't have the numbers, but we can do things on the docket. And so it's really great that finally we have a VJO to do this important work. Gary, come on up and welcome again. Thanks for coming out to a couple of other meetings. Gary Marquardt.
Thanks, Connie. Directors, commissioners, people. Actually, when I was first told that I was the VJO, actually accepted the position, I was in an office in the basement here, and Connie told me. So I was taken by surprise, and I presented myself as the VJO, stating I didn't know a whole lot about it. It's been a few weeks now, a month. I'm starting to learn my position a little bit more. It's the focus of the VA to hire me so that I can cover all of the counties on the coast. I'm going to be very available to you. At this moment in time, they're setting up an office for me in Roseburg. The VA, as it is, puts the cart before the horse a lot of times, good intentions, and I'm looking forward to meeting with all of you and getting to know the judicial system here and working with you and the veterans to make sure that we can help the veterans get the help they need instead of going to jail or prison without that help. A jail diversion is what I'm talking about. And there's a little video that I found that's from a veteran's perspective that actually talks veteran to veteran about what this entails, if I may.
I've worn a lot of different kinds of suits in my day. The first one I can remember was a sweatsuit. It was red, white, and blue. I used to wear the hell out of that thing as a kid, especially on the 4th of July. After that was a hand-me-down suit that didn't fit so well. Might have been a little snug in the neck, but it still scored me a date to the dance with Stephanie Smith. I joined the military after high school. That suit was camouflage colored. It may not have been the prettiest number I ever wore, but it sure made me the most proud. I used to think about that uniform a lot because after leaving the service, I got myself into some trouble and, well, let's just say it earned me the right to wear a different orange jumpsuit every day. I spent a lot of time wondering if that was the last suit I was ever going to wear. I mean, it was the first time I'd ever been locked up. To be honest, I was starting to lose hope. But that all changed one day, and never in a million years would I have guessed it would be because of that camo suit I used to wear. Another vet told me about a rep from the VA who comes out to our facility. This rep calls himself a Veterans Justice Specialist, and he was looking to get in touch with any of us prisoners that had ever served in the military. I told my corrections officer that I was a vet, that I wanted to speak with this VA rep, and you know what? The rest was history. I've learned so much from talking to this guy, like how being incarcerated, convicted of a felony, or other legal issues in the past does not exclude us veterans from getting the VA benefits we earned, and how I could set it up so that my family could collect the remainder of my disability benefits while I was serving out my sentence. But I think the biggest help was learning about all the stuff that was waiting for me at the VA as soon as I got out. From helping to find transitional and permanent housing, to help with getting a job or getting back to school. You know, using your GI Bill, to medical and mental health services, and programs to help me with things like PTSD and addiction problems. I've learned a lot, and I mean a lot, of good stuff that I never would have learned had I not gotten in touch with that Veterans Justice Specialist. Together we ironed out a reentry plan. He said it was one of the most important things for me to have, and because he had me take care of all the eligibility paperwork ahead of time, my transition out was a lot smoother than I had ever imagined. Even if I hadn't had a plan at all, I found out that just getting to the closest VA is all it takes to get the ball rolling. There's VAs everywhere, and there is a Veterans Justice Specialist at each one. So yeah, that orange jumpsuit I used to wear every day, that orange jumpsuit is a thing of the past. I did my time, made the most of it while I was there, and thanks to all the services and support that camouflage suit earned me, I'm finally getting to try a new one out. It's called Pinstripes.
As a veteran and veterans justice specialist, I want you to know there are many things you can do that will make a difference in your life while you're still here. And after you're released, find out about these things and take advantage of them. No veteran is forgotten. Ask to speak to a VA representative, and we will do all we can to help you help yourself.
Some of the things I'll be doing is preparing court report to reinforce what the veteran is doing to the court, for the court to see as they go through this type of a diversion, meeting with the veteran, making sure that the needs are met, trying to do the case management, to get the person into recovery treatments, make sure they see the counselors, going to the SUD groups or whatever they need to do to address the problem that they have that created their interaction with the law. So as I learn my job, I'll be helping you to learn my job too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the two gentlemen that just spoke, our work and our advocacy at the first VA Healthcare Summit made the VA aware of our needs around suicide and a need for a VJO. And we now have that those two outcomes specifically from the first VA Healthcare Summit. From the second VA Healthcare Summit, we put forward, and I know that Commissioner Court was there and also Commissioner Chris was there. So for Commissioner Gould, we did a big presentation on the needs of whole health. And our whole health call-in person's not gonna call in today. He got hung up on twice and called another time. So he wants a do-over. And we want to also bring Penny Bangs, who is the whole health coach, who's going to be, well, she's already here at the VA clinic, but she's new to the area, new to developing that program, and you'll see in your package of information all of that whole health stuff. And that includes meditation, it includes Tai Chi, Qigong, and really looking at nutrition and things that make you physically healthy to assist in your recovery in general. Pain management in some ways is a piece of whole health, especially when you see our veterans walking around and they have little tiny gold needles in their ears, and that's from battlefield acupuncture that they're actually using now at the VA to help with pain management. They use it on the battlefield, and when the VA cut all of the opioids for veterans because they were over prescribing, our veterans had to deal with that. And just as of late, the Congress has accepted that chronic and disabling pain is actually a disability, so veterans can get disability payment now if they have chronic pain. So that's a huge support for veterans that has been missing. I wanted to quickly let you know that coming up in September is, and let me grab something. You're going to see this in your package, and it, of course, I already have two confirmations of attendance by two commissioners, Court Boice and also Chris Paasch. But the second biennial Southern Oregon Trade Careers Expo is going to happen on the 26th in Canyonville, and there is a special opportunity for veterans to attend. And we just have to get this information out. We really want to have a revisit the trades for workforce development in Oregon and in Curry County, I hope, but veterans from anywhere. And so, Commissioner Paasch, if you want to share the information about this event through NACo, and that national committee. You probably already have,
I am
Maureen.
going to do that in July.
Okay, I know it's on your tickle, they call it tickler file. I know better than to even wonder, Marine. So veterans are currently, or people who are currently serving in the military, in the afternoon, there's a special opportunity to attend this Southern Oregon Trade Career Expo. And I've been helping them write some grants and things like that, and getting them a little support there. But not only is it a fantastic opportunity for veterans anywhere in the country to consider coming here and learning about the trades and considering apprenticeships, because we do have a housing shortage. And in the 80s, we stopped building housing, we also stopped training people to build houses. So we have a workforce shortage there. And this is an opportunity to get veterans who are interested and willing to go into the trades the information that they need. And can I ask in advance for us to reschedule whole health, a section where we have Fletcher Watson on the phone or in person, and Penny Bangs in person, and we'll work on Director Keith Allen to come. But he did send out some information that he's very interested, and what I want is everybody that's interested in healthcare in general, who's interested in seeing how the VA and the state can work better together. And we've actually put it out there at the Oregon Department of Veterans Affairs, their advisory council meeting just recently, that we'd like to have a CCO specific for veterans, or have the CCOs have specific opportunities for veterans. So we're looking at how can the state partner with the VA. And I think one of the most important things that was brought out by Will is that there are 14 veterans out of 20, right, that aren't in the VA healthcare system. Then that means they're somewhere, and that's usually OHP. So if we can get veterans to get on VA healthcare, it's a savings to the state. But in addition to that, statistically, and I know we've had some bad things in the press lately of veterans actually going to VA facilities and taking their lives at the VA facilities, and that's horrible. But we also have the statistics that say something very different, that if you're a veteran and you're getting VA mental health care, you are 8 times less likely to commit suicide. And that's why I support the work that is being done by the VA, but I also support the work that's being done by Curry Community Health, because we have to have both of those pieces of puzzles working together. The gratitude that I have in this moment is that the VA is doing their job in trying to implement community care. VA's always had problems with implementing new programs, but these are the men that are and women like Jessica Lloyd Rogers, who are helping to implement those programs that came out of the VA Mission Act. Thank you all for your time. Thank you for your interest in veterans, and thank you for really being devout in your commitment to veterans and their families in Curry County, and that's all 3 of you.
Connie, Hunter, could I trouble you for that turquoise and black mouse there?
This?
It's on the mouse.
Oh, the mouse, okay.
Mr. Chair, I just need 1 minute, subject you're okay.
Sure. Do you want me to do something here?
No, if you bring it here, I'm sure.
Okay.
You know your way around it, so I didn't think you would mind.
I make a smartphone dumb.
So Connie, Hunter, and all the wonderful speakers you had attend today, thank you for all of them traveling and the great work that they're doing. We'll look for another opportunity to meet Keith Allen. I know you met Dave Whitmore, the interim VA Roseburg director, and what a great guy. We were kind of hoping he would stay around, but from what I'm hearing about Mr. Allen, we have plenty of reason for optimism, and he will be managing the $20 million new facility in Roseburg, which is, you know, it's an hour closer than Eugene. But if you haven't been to I think you probably have, but about a year ago I visited the Eugene facility. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's not even 5 years old, I believe. It's just off about that.
Yeah, that's about 5 years,
just off of I-5. But if you had a chance, just go in the auditorium and watch the vets come in and watch how they're greeted and the spirit they leave the building with. I was there for about an hour and a half. It's just fabulous. And of course, that's source of pride for Oregon, and so we are going to be anxious to watch the development of the new one in Roseburg, and our friends, our commissioners in Douglas County, they're pretty proud of that facility. Now, I don't know how to get, let's see, let's try right here. Oh, did I just hit? Maybe it quit there. Okay, just a little side note for fun here. I can't be promoting any one facility, but it just does happen to be Carl's.
Other ones still
okay, I'll get them both off here. Anyway, I took this picture just yesterday. All 5 of the facilities, I'll send you this, Connie, but it was just a really nice tribute that they did. I assume they have it in all their stores, and so, I don't know why this is not.
Look out of the X straight up.
Yeah, I was going to listen to it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks, Charles.
So one of the things that I want to say before I walk away is we've lost 2 important people in the veterans community this year. And we've talked about Mayor Jim Auburn, U.S. Navy veteran, retired, fantastic human being. He taught me in one day a lesson that will be with me forever. And we were doing a radio interview, but he asked me, could we wait a few minutes? He wanted to walk next door to the Triangle Square gallery where we were going to do the interview, to the hairdresser, barber next door. He said, there's a veteran there. He needs a haircut and he's homeless. Do you mind? Are you kidding me? We walked over. He introduced me to him. He said, the lady inside has you scheduled for a haircut. And he walked in, paid for the haircut, came out, and he said, and I'll see you when you're looking good. Don't forget, I want to talk to you before you head out. So after our interview, that veteran, homeless veteran, was waiting there for Jim Auburn, and they continued their conversation and hugged, and I left going, you know what? That's real. That's the real. And that was who Mayor Auburn was. In addition to that, we lost a important person to the veterans community who was the commander for the Disabled American Veterans chapter here locally, Tom Ledbetter. Tom Ledbetter was the veteran that came to us about the green building, and I am heartbroken that we couldn't pull that project together. But the biggest single hurdle that we had in not putting that together was when economic development went away from the county. That literally tanked that green building project. So let's do something else. We still have a vision. We still have a heart for creating that place for veterans that would be an activity center for the whole community to be a part of. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your encouragement, and thank you for your devotion to veterans and their family members.
Connie, I just want to say that I hope we've maybe gained someone because my position with NACo is growing stronger. I've actually been asked to possibly apply for a vice chair position on that board, which would give us a national voice in rural Oregon and rural counties in the nation. So I'm going to beat a loud drum for veterans. As many here know, my entire family served. So anything I can do, any help that I can offer, this chair will be there for you. And anything we can do to move the veterans services in this county and nation along will be welcome in my chair.
Thank you so much for saying that. And it just brings to mind that one more thing that I didn't mention was we are moving forward on the RDI, Rural Development Initiatives Veterans Training Program. We'll have a time when they come and report, but they're actually putting together the case book and the white paper for that. It will be a model program that will start in Curry County that could be grown nationally. So when you speak about having that national voice, Commissioner Paasch, this is a program that could nationally benefit rural communities that do not have veterans advisory councils at the county level. Sorry, Commissioner Court, I know you have something to say,
oh,
so
no,
I'm going to zip it.
No, you're doing terrific. It's hard to say. We did a little tribute last week, and it's hard to say goodbye. So in my commissioner's comment, Staff Jesuit has helped me put together just a little deal. Also for Ron Fowler, you know, he employed thousands of people. And Chief Brazil, I mean, it's just really hard to say goodbye. And so that's all for now. I will bring up commissioner's comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Connie.
Thanks, Connie.
Thank you for having us. We're so grateful.
All right, next we have cooperative employment with Josephine County. Ms. Schmelzer?
Yes, as you know, we've had difficulty retaining a building official for quite some time, and we've spent quite a bit of money the last couple of years on building inspection services. For the last 3 years, we've been spending about $190,000 just on, not including the services that we get from Brookings or from the state. So we looked at, is there a better way to do this? Is there any way to get somebody on staff which has the credentials that we need? And it is difficult. So I was talking with Mark Stevenson from Josephine County. Mark, if you want to come up. And to see if there was a way that perhaps Josephine County could help us meet our needs. And Mark actually started an internship program over in Josephine County, where in the past year he has put, through the Josephine County Community Development Department, the Building Safety Division, they've actually helped 6 people go through an internship program, get them jobs. Mark has a candidate that he would like to present to us that has met with staff last night. I've met with him. He's got quite a few credentials. I can go through those. But it is somebody that we are proposing that Curry County hire as their building official. And we have an agreement with Josephine County on how we can make that happen, which I can go into the details. But Mark, I'll let you just talk a little bit about your program very briefly.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. I am Mark Stevenson, Interim Director and Building Official for Josephine County. And before I start, real quickly, I'm inspired by both Gene Merrill's program for the youth and the veterans internship programs. Like Julie mentioned, we started the internship program over in Josephine County for building inspection services. Your prospective building official came to me. He was already working very hard at seeking certifications, but there's really no path in Oregon to easily get there. So that was one reason I began this internship program, to help them and help them with the funding. It's not a free deal. It costs a lot of money to get there. Costs a lot of dedication by my interns to focus in, study, take their testing, and it takes a little bit of work to get them through the state. Mark has achieved all that. He's still got a little ways to go. He's in a residential electrical program. He starts here fairly quickly, within the next few weeks. He's multi-certified for residential inspections. He'll be working towards his commercial a little bit down the road. And Josephine County, we're dedicated to work with Curry County, and I'm dedicated to work with the building department directly to help facilitate that, and also bring this department back to 5-day service, better customer service, and with the goal possibly in the next year to try to bring the electrical program back in the Curry County, which has actually never been in Curry County. The state right now does the electrical inspections through Coos County. They only come down here, my understanding is maybe a couple times a week. It's very inconvenient to citizens of Curry County. If we can bring that back into Curry County, can build some revenue for the department. But more than that, create a better customer service atmosphere for all the citizens in Curry County. Since building safety is very important for all of us, providing that service, I think, will draw all those, educate those and bring them into our department and make sure we have safe structures out there.
Perfect.
So Mark Bangma is the intern that Mark's been working with that is interested in our position, which we would like to hire. As I said, we've been averaging about $190,000 on inspection services, again, not including the IGA. We're proposing to bring Mark in at a range 11, step C, at $55,410. And that would be, and then for the first 3 months, we would also have an IGA with Josephine County for $10,000, whereas they would allow Mark their vehicle to travel back and forth in. They would provide plan review services every Thursday for Mark, so he could bring plans to Josephine. Josephine's staff would sit with him, go through those plans until he understands the plan review process thoroughly. And then there would be unlimited access and mentorship to Mark Stevenson. And also Josephine County would continue to put him through the classes and the tests and everything he needs. After the 3-month mark, or the 3-month mark where Mark has more under his belt, he would be moved, the proposal is he'd be moved to a step F, which is $62,565. At the current time, Mark has residential, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mark Bagma, he has residential structural, residential mechanical, residential plumbing. He's in the process of the residential electrical. He's in the process of the residential plans examiner. He has pool certification. He wants to take the building official exam, but he actually has to be hired in order to take that exam. So we would want to bring him on as soon as we can so he can actually take that exam. In the interim, we do have an interim building official currently right now, that is Don Sigvartson. He is in the process of commercial structural. He's looking at the ICC commercial mechanical and the commercial fire plans examiner. I went through the credentials he has right now. The majority are residential, but the majority of our work is residential as well. 79% of the permits in 2018 were residential. So, Mark, I don't know if you want to just say a little bit about yourself.
Yeah.
Other than that.
Yeah, that's it. No, I'm excited for the opportunity to be the building official in Curry County and be a part of the community, and to try to move the building department in a positive way. And I'm thankful for Mark Stevenson and the mentoring program, because I don't know that I'd be here. And again, I'm excited for the learning opportunity.
So if the board feels positive about this, what I'd like to do is come back with a hire order and an IGA at our next meeting so that we can get Mark Bangma on staff as our building official.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions if I could. First of all, Mark, I'd like to thank you for the internship that you've reached out to do in Josephine County. As we know, I mean, there are so many vocational services that are no longer offered or almost impossible to find.
True.
And without these kind of internships, we're just losing a very valuable technical fields, so many of them in our nation right now. And for people like you to reach out, for Josephine County to put the resources available to you to do that, I applaud you and your county for doing that.
Thank you.
I feel like Curry County would be making an investment in you because you do have some steps to follow still. You have some areas that you're going to need to still get credentials for. I'm wondering if you would be willing to make a promise to our county, and that is, you know, we've had a lot of open door in and outs here, and I'm just wondering if you would be willing to, if we're willing to make that investment in you, are you willing to satisfy us that, you know, you're going to have a minimum time period here that you would promise the county that you're going to do so that it makes it a little bit more palatable for the county to invest in you?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I had.
Anything else?
Commissioner Gold?
I would just say thank you for being willing to step up. Just looking at the amount of money that we're spending on inspections from part-time people is going to help us a great deal. So we appreciate that, and hopefully you're going to be able to get all your certifications so that you can increase your salary and we can increase our revenue coming in.
Commissioner Boice?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the people we're paying on part-time is still substantially less than what we were paying before with the two building officials now gone. So if you need a motion, Mr. Chair, I would be very honored and anxious to proceed.
So ordered.
So we would like, the motion is to direct staff to come back with that hiring order, and then we would make the decision.
The IGA.
Thank you, Counsel Huttl.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
Welcome.
Roll.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice.
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
We got an audience applause here.
And guys, thank you for driving all the way
Thanks
over
again.
here.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I understand your stomachs are still growling, but hopefully you can find lunch now.
It's all good.
Mark and Mark, thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. All right, next up is 4D, discuss visions and goals. Commissioner Boice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little puzzled, but maybe there's been some confusion here. What I was promoting to staff, and I probably didn't communicate it very well, was to have a workshop between the three commissioners so that we could just simply sit down and to talk about spending, to talk about our records, to talk about our outlook for the future. You know, we've been pushing pretty hard because we're trying to catch up from what I characterize as a 2-year loss from nothing towards resource development other than maybe the last 2 months of 2018, and just some other issues that just through, for lack of a better term, general conflict. And so I don't have an official presentation today. I can tell you what my vision is, or we can just postpone that. I would recommend May 8th and have a workshop to where we can just roll up our sleeves, invite the public, and certainly per your recommendation, it would be largely due to the comprehensive, the comprehensive long-term strategic plan. And yeah, I just want to communicate to the public a little bit. There's some issues that need to be addressed. And also I want to say to the staff, thank you, because we have pushed pretty hard, and they've responded really well. We've got a long way to go, but there's some optimism, and the success has given us more optimism. So if the board is in agreement there, then we would have that workshop, and could even be a town hall type, could even be out in the public, or could be here. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Gold.
I know we're in the process of getting someone to write a strategic plan, and generally speaking, part of that strategic plan is for that individual to get the commissioners or those involved in a goal-setting process. So my recommendation would be, once we get that person on board, then we get together and come up with these goals and so forth, because they know how to direct a conversation.
I think it might be helpful. I'm going to agree with Commissioner Boice on this. I think it might be helpful to have an early meeting, what I love to call spitballing, for us to all sit and talk a little bit about the direction that we'd all each like to see the county go. And therefore we can then begin to focus on the areas that we agree need to be worked on first, so that at the next meeting, hopefully, that we would have that person for the strategic plan there, and give him then a more focused view of what we're looking at, and he could that person could then at that point develop the strategic plan from there.
That's fine.
Agreed.
So Ms. Schmelzer, can we maybe fit that into the 8th, do you think?
I'll look at the agenda, but I'll try and get it scheduled as soon as I can.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to do quarterly reports. I'm going to do Sheriff Ward's quarterly report. I met with the sheriff yesterday.
Chair, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Since we do have one person here, Wendy Lang is here to do hers
Juvenile
in
Director.
person.
My sheriff's department report is going to be less than a minute.
Okay.
Thanks for waiting, Director.
I've met with the sheriff yesterday. He is very forthcoming with everything going on in the county. I'm sure we all know. We are looking at having a K-9 unit come in. He is extremely excited about that. Actually having it self-funded. He believes that it will be self-funded, and the future of that K-9 unit, he is hopeful for 4 dogs in the years to come, 2 for protection for officers, 2 for drugs. He is, along with local police and federal agencies right now, extremely busy in the county. They are doing some maneuvers in the county today, and that is why he cannot be here. He didn't want me to elaborate too much on what those maneuvers are, but there are a lot of, I'm sure everyone in the county will notice, an elevated number of police forces in our county as we speak, and they will be here through the week. So he just wanted me to reiterate some of the things that are going on. He's also excited about the towers and having that this board stuck their neck out and did that for him and the Sheriff's Department and all the fire resource people that we need that are going to use those resources. He's extremely pleased with that. And with that, those are the comments. So Ms. Lang, you are up.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Wendy Lang, Director, Curry County Juvenile Department. What I'd actually like to do instead of a quarterly report is kind of update everybody on what's been happening since I've become director around the July 1st timeframe, touch on some of the changes we've made and what we're looking at in the future. I really wanted to look at being effective in the juvenile department. Over the years, our budget has really dwindled and the amount of staff we have isn't what it used to be. So we're really trying to be creative. In the juvenile world, what we really say is our budget really reflects what our priorities are, and our juvenile department budget is staff. It's personnel, and that's really what is important to us, as having feet on the ground and having direct contact with the at-risk youth in our community. So when I was looking at where we could really be efficient, one of the things I looked at was our vehicle usage. In the past, directors have typically had a vehicle assigned to them, which they drive to and from work. In essence, we're on call 24/7. I live near Gold Beach area and didn't really find that that was necessary for me. So I don't do that. I only drive a vehicle on those times that I feel maybe we have an active warrant out or we have an issue that's escalating and the odds of us having to respond after hours. So that's made a huge savings to our budget, and it's also allowed us to take care of some things that we needed to take care of. Another thing with vehicle assignment is Gold Beach is our main office upstairs in the courthouse, but right now the youth on our caseload are about 80–85% in South County. So we were having a lot of mileage put on cars, coming to Gold Beach, back to Brookings, Gold Beach, back to Brookings, attending court, doing intakes here. So we had an office in Brookings recently at the substation. They expanded, so we've moved to Veterans Affairs, which made it very convenient. It's located on Railroad Avenue, within walking distance. The majority of our youth don't drive. Several of their parents don't drive. So having to get clear over into Harbor was, it just wasn't beneficial for anybody. We had a lot of no-shows. So that was one partnership we started with Veterans Affairs, was to be able to rent a space from them. It's a pretty small space. We're looking at getting a little bigger. It's been a very successful partnership. The other huge thing that happened was we met with Brookings Harbor School District. And the majority of the kids that we're now dealing with aren't 16 and 17 years old. They're 12, 13, 14 years old. And we were called to the school almost every day on a daily basis. If it wasn't for kids on our caseload, then it could be for kids who just needed some quick intervention before they got on our caseload. So we've now entered into a memorandum of understanding with Brookings Harbor School District. They've provided us with a free office in the middle school. They furnished the whole thing, they remodeled the whole thing, and I have a PO who's stationed there now just about 90% of the time. He'll come up here for court, to do legal filings and that type of thing, but his office is there. We do groups, we do anger management groups, we do skill groups at the school. We check in even at the elementary school. He'll go over every once in a while and just play some basketball with the kids on recess, just for a very positive feeling, so they know who we are. And we can respond if there's a crisis situation, if there's a fight, if we have something going on, we can be there in a matter of minutes versus having to take somebody from Gold Beach and drive down. If the population of our caseload changes, we can always change that, but that has been a tremendous savings, and we are very efficient in South County now, making some big strides with our really young caseload. We did a office remodel. I wouldn't call it remodel. We reestablished a wall that used to be there about 15 years ago. So previously, when you were at the juvenile department, the administrative assistant was in an office all by herself. If they were gone, we had to hire somebody to come sit in there and simply just sit in there, maybe monitor the phone, but really couldn't do any work. So we had a budget for irregular salary as well. And the director's office and the probation officer's office were separate. So there was a lot of getting up, walking, talking, back. although we all got exercise, really wasn't efficient for getting work done. So we have moved everybody into one location. We don't need to hire any irregular staff anymore, because if office admin or somebody else is gone, there's 3 other offices located in there, and they can certainly cover the front, and they actually know what's going on, and they can do work there. With that change, we now have put in a full training facility. For us to take 3 probation officers and travel to Salem, where the majority of the trainings it is financially devastating for me to try to do a motel room, the per diems, and have 3 POs out of the office. So now what we've done is we have a TV that's in there, we have computer that's hooked up, and we are now doing trainings. All POs can be trained at one time. The reason the training is such a priority is when I took over, we then had 3 probation officers, the longest one with about 7 months experience. So we really needed to get some training going so I could get the kids off my caseload and focus on director work, and everybody else could really get their caseloads up and running. So that's been, it's been very successful. We have people from the state coming down and training. We also do groups in there. So when we have drug and alcohol groups, anger management groups, skill building, we now host them right in our facility. We don't have to travel. The kids come there, and we can provide services for them. Attorneys can meet with kids. If you've every Monday at 1:30 is juvenile court day. That's when the juvenile cases happen. A lot of times we have attorneys meeting with kids and families in the hallways, not a lot of privacy. So now they can also meet in there, and it's more efficient for them as well. So we also looked at trying to save some money within our budget for some things that might needed to be done. The irregular employee, by not utilizing that, we were able to save just under $1,000. We have on-call services that we provide. So anytime after 5 until 8 the next morning, somebody has to be on a cell phone, and somebody has to take calls of any youth who are detained or contact off hours. Typically, the juvenile director is not on that rotation. We don't get paid, and we don't get compensated for that. This year, I chose to go ahead and take on-call services. 1, we had some new staff, and 2, it saved us money. So we were able to save just about $5,000 by me doing on-call rotation for this fiscal year. We are hoping to save about $3,000 in detention services. We've cut detention drastically. Previously, detention was around $40,000 of our budget. All studies now show detaining kids isn't teaching kids. That's really not what community safety is all about. And so with some of the money we've saved, we're looking at purchasing some updated electronic monitors for kids. So if we have a youth who we need to keep an eye on, not maybe necessarily keep them in detention, but I really need to know where they're going or where they're not going, we can put an electronic monitor on their ankle, and we monitor that through our computer. Detention's about $100, $110 a day, and the monitor's about $7 a day. So it saves us a drastic amount, and the youth can still go to school, they can still be at home, and they're not incarcerated. With some of the savings, the other thing was the assigned vehicles, which I talked about earlier, not driving. That was about a savings of about $5,000 a year for me not to drive the vehicle. With those savings, some things we had to put in place to be efficient was the radios in our car and the radios that the probation officers take home were really outdated. Some of the mics weren't working. So Day Wireless just completed everything last week. All our vehicles now have radios in them. It's a huge safety issue. Some of the places we do home visits are kind of out in the woods, not a lot of communication, or cell phones don't work. We recently purchased, actually if you go down to the county shop, Wednesday afternoon, a cargo container was delivered for our community work crew coordinator. And so we had equipment kind of all over the county. We had a mower here, a trailer here, weed eaters here, and we really needed a place to put them, one where they weren't getting weathered, they weren't getting stolen, and they could be maintained, and we had a location. So worked with Rich out at the shop. He laid some gravel for us, It was delivered, and now everything will be put in it, and we will now have a building to house all our stuff. It'll even be a workshop area. The container was, it's 8 by 40 feet, so it'll be a warehouse and a workshop for our community service program. We had to buy a new computer for my office. The computer we had was so old that if a heater was going in my office and somebody in the next office pushed go on the microwave, my computer would blow and it would start screaming, certain emails I wasn't getting. So we now have a new computer in there, so that's up and running. And the training facility, which I already told you about. Quick, I'd kind of like to share with you what's going on in our supervision world, like with our probation officers. To really be effective, we're really focusing on restorative justice, teaching the kids. I know I heard somebody speak earlier about one caring adult, maybe even in the veterans world. In the juvenile world, it is the same thing. Instead of locking a kid up, what studies show, if there is just one caring adult in their life, that can be what changes them. In our world, if we can be that one caring adult, then that's perfect. That's exactly what we want to be. I'm very lucky to have some extremely passionate probation officers, and that's why we do what we do. And so if we can be that one caring adult, that's great. My motto in my office is if our kids aren't successful, we're not successful. So if we need to dig a little deeper, if we need to be a little more creative, then that's what we need to do. You'll find that my probation officers, we all have cell phones. They don't turn off at 5 o'clock. Nobody gets paid after 5 o'clock, but it's pretty typical for my phone to buzz several times in the evening, a message, a text, hey, what do you think? Hey, I need advice. And those probation officers that work for me are just as dedicated. So our county's extremely lucky that they don't clock out because they're not required to carry that cell phone. I talked about community safety, and that's really what we're looking at. We're looking at having, instead of detaining a kid for 30 days waiting for court, if they are a phone call away, we check in a little more frequently. Maybe we have a face-to-face. Sometimes the parents aren't quite equipped to deal with an at-risk youth, and we even have to step in and take on that role. We do wraparound services now. You know, our resources in Curry County are pretty limited. We have drug and alcohol and we have mental health, but we don't have, and we only have that on certain levels. And to go to residential, the youth that we have in residential drug and alcohol treatment, we're talking Prineville. So a family to even go visit in Prineville, I don't know how really that's going to happen. We recently had, we went and picked a kid up. We went and picked him up over in Prineville and we brought him home after residential treatment. We do a lot of transports. We had a youth that we had to get back to Colorado to a parent who was a responsible parent, and we transported them to Medford. We got them on the airport and we got them back home. So they're going above and beyond that type of thing. We are their school advocate. We do a lot of meetings at the schools, advocating for their education, for them to remain in school. Pretty passionate that just because youth makes one bad decision doesn't mean they're a bad kid. I don't believe they're a bad kid. It means that they now to be able to get back in and show the community that they could be successful within the community. We work on kids getting employment. We work with Rusty at the library in Brookings. We really focus on getting them. We entered into a new program where we used to do community service work. You might get 40 hours of community service work, and now it's community service work or show me a time card, a pay stub that shows 40 hours on it, and that is equivalent. Because we would rather have all our youth working at jobs than not, so we've put that into place. We carry homeless kits in all our cars now. We were able to get a grant, so all probation officers have backpacks with shampoo, conditioners, you name it, and we started with 60, and I think we have about 14 left. So that's been very successful to be able to make sure our youth have those type of things. We are now working with the tribal court, the Tolowa tribe down in Smith River, and it has been so successful that they've offered to pay for one of our probation officers to go get trained to work more efficiently within their program. But the tribal court's doing some amazing things down there. We have quite a few tribal kids who live in South County, so that's huge. My probation officers used to, if we ran into a kid, and this happens to us every day, who doesn't have socks, a kid who doesn't have shampoo, a kid who can't play sports because they can't afford it, it would come out of our pocket. It's pretty hard to see a kid that doesn't have socks and not go buy him a package of socks. So it got pretty expensive. So the amazing team I work with has decided to start a fundraising effort, and this will be year 3. Every year we do fundraisers, 1 or 2. All that money goes into a pot, and that gets spent on at-risk youth. It gets spent on socks or sports equipment, or if we have to take a kid to Medford. When a kid completes drug and alcohol treatment, or they get all passing grades on their report cards, we might be that only person that is going to celebrate with them, take them out for coffee or take them out for lunch. So that pot of money has been utilized, and we'll continue to do fundraisers. We did the Ugly Sweater Run this year. We've done a poker run before, and we will continue to do fundraisers like that. We have, we recently took 2 field trips, SWAC and Job Corps, that we included kids in to let them see that the SWAC campus in Coos Bay is reality for them. Some of them have never seen a college campus, so it was pretty fun. We've done bicycle repairs. I think 3 months ago, we had the first ever high school graduation in court. Judge Beeman allowed us. We had a youth who had worked extremely hard. He wasn't able to graduate with his class, but he got all his credits about 6 months later. So we actually, Judge played the music. We got him the cap and gown. We had reception afterwards. School board members came, gave him his diploma. So it's little things like that that the fund contributes to. We were lucky enough to get a grant from Curry Community Health this year, about $7,500. I went and talked to them. When I talked about 12, 13, and 14-year-olds using marijuana on a daily basis, we really didn't have any resources. Treatment isn't set up for 12, 13, and 14-year-olds. So they were gracious with a grant. We now have in-home UA kits that are at law enforcement agencies, and they're in schools. So at any time, a parent can, within the confidentiality of their own home, grab a UA kit. They can UA their kid. They can know if they need resources or not. With that also meant every kid gets treatment. It used to be if we had a kid that needed treatment and they showed up and had no OHP or no insurance, they were turned away, even kids who wanted treatment. So now everybody is accepted. This grant will mean that everybody walks in the door and everybody gets treatment, and the grant will cover it. And we also now do education classes for those young ones, which we do at our office here. So every kid in Curry County that needs drug and alcohol education are getting drug and alcohol education. The one piece we were missing is our community service coordinator. We have not had one since July, and we've all been kind of stepping up and doing the work. I'm hoping in the next 2 weeks to come before you and ask for a hire. We have a very qualified applicant right now, and this will be huge to our department. We've taken on the courthouse lawn right now. We have some kids doing the courthouse lawn, and they're taking a lot of pride in that. Our goal is that our courthouse, the outside of it, is going to be the most impressive lawn in this town, just like when you go to Douglas County and people, you know, everybody wants to get married on Douglas County Courthouse. It's absolutely gorgeous. So we've got kids that are working on that. That'll be part of community service work. Previously, the community service coordinator just about used to bring in about $60,000 or $70,000 on all the contracts we had. We've lost that over the years, and so our hope is that once we get the coordinator back, we can start going out to state parks and the Forest Service and ODOT and get some of those contracts that we had back, and it will actually be a money revenue generator for us and not just paying an irregular person. So that's the piece that we were missing. So that'll be huge. That'll be huge for us. Just a little wrap up of what we're doing. 176 referrals in 2018, pretty average. Average is about 180. So each probation officer, I got 3 probation officers right now. They usually average about 20 to 25 kids on their caseload at any one time. That doesn't account for all the meetings and the advocacy, community service. Curry County has an extremely low recidivism rate, which is what we want. And we continue to do that. So good things are happening in the Juvenile Department. I'm extremely impressed with our staff. They're passionate, they're changing lives. We have an open door policy. Feel free to come over anytime. Monday, 1:30 at court. We have that going on as well. I presented my budget. We're in line with where we were last year. Only thing we may need to look at is a new car. I got a couple transport cars that are about 10 years old that might not be reliable, but other than that, good things are happening. Proud of my crew.
Good. Commissioner Gold?
Just one comment.
Yes.
I'm very impressed with your sacrifices that your folks are making, along with your creativity in budgetary manners, so that you can get the things done for the kids that are necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boice?
You mentioned the Douglas County courthouse lawn. Those 200-year-old oak trees with the giant limbs that go out horizontal, and they've had to put those big, have you seen those, the big aluminum support
To hold them up.
post? Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, but that is a beautiful, beautiful lawn. So we better plant those oak trees out front now, unless we replace the courthouse, right?
I think that's coming first.
Okay. That's a great presentation, and I just keep hearing better things. And you had a lot of support when Jay left, and certainly warranted. Thank you.
There's not many things more rewarding than working with at-risk youth, so we're pretty lucky to do what we do.
Ms. Lang, I appreciate everything you guys do over there. It's not going unnoticed. We want you to know that.
Thank you very much.
Great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Probation and parole isn't here, huh?
And they did not
That's what she
report
is.
in, so I don't know if that was part of her presentation or.
Yeah.
All right, emergency services, Mr. Dumar.
Well, good morning, Jeremy Dumar, Curry County Emergency Management. Just got off a conference call with the state regarding some of our past storms here. As far as this past quarter, we've had quite the year so far. Kind of just go down the list. So some of the things I'm tasked with, I've gone to multiple conferences and trainings, the Oregon Prepared Conference in Bend. That gave me the opportunity to meet with over 550 different individuals in emergency management and emergency preparedness functions. From that conference, we've got a lot of good cooperation and good support for Curry County, working on some things such as the Raptor program, which is a mapping program the state does. Getting that down to a specific Curry County level. So we actually have our own county-wide map that has situational awareness on it, road conditions, failures, storm reporting, things of that nature. Working with Daniel Stolp at the state on that. I was on the committee this past winter for the Oregon Tsunami Conference and forming that conference in Newport. Also have the Weather Service briefings that occurred and the Gorse Action Group meetings, amongst many other conferences that we're a part of. Hosted public trainings, actually in February, in November and February, we did a CERT program with Community Emergency Response Team training. The one we did here in February was a little bit different for us in that we also combined it with the My PI initiative. That's the My Youth Preparedness Initiative. So when we had this course here in Gold Beach at the fairgrounds in February, we had maybe 6 or 8 adults, would you say, David? Dave was actually one of the attendees of this training, and we had the better part of 20 plus teenagers take this course. The amazing thing was the teen involvement was probably the most engaged group that I've had at any of these CERT programs. We are looking at doing another one next month, actually in Brookings, Mother's Day weekend, the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Those trainings are free to the public. They're open to anyone that wants to attend, and because of the success we had with the youth in this, it is open to all ages of responsible parties. So if you want to come and attend this, absolutely. When I took over as a coordinator for this position, and I asked for CERT volunteers, CERT volunteers are very valuable in a disaster. I mean, they're trained in a wide variety of things: disaster preparedness, response, basic disaster medical, disaster fire, urban search and rescue, terrorism, disaster psychology, things of that nature. When I asked for certs in this county, I had 6 people raise their hand. To date, we have trained over 120, and I'm continuing to improve that role as much as I can. My goal is to get beyond what Delaware County has. They have over 700 cert trained members. I would like to see us exceed that, because whether or not they volunteer, that gives them the ability to be a resource to themselves, their neighborhood, their community, however far they want to take it out. And it's one less member in this community that I have to really worry about in a disaster, because they have a better capability of being self-sufficient. I certainly would encourage any of the commissioners to take one of those classes. It's 20 hours. We do it Friday night from 5 to 8. Saturday and Sunday from 8 to 5 with a disaster scenario in there. This one, like I mentioned, would be Mother's Day weekend. It will be at the Brookings EOC. And we do those every 3 months, again, trying to get to that goal of having a large number of this county trained in those sort of responses. I've recently worked with the Department of Geology, Minerals, and Industry, DOGAMI. In regards to Curry General Hospital, there's some new maps and information that have been put together regarding evacuation planning, tsunami inundation zone modeling, forecasting, things of that nature. I actually spent an entire day with the hospital and a contingency from the state, kind of plan out what the evacuations would look like, sheltering in place, the benefits and the cons of those sorts of programs. Also, I've been working this past year with the city of Port Orford. They are among the first group in the state along the coast to get a new beat the wave modeling. So your current tsunami maps are very basic, if you will. I show you the inundation layers based on a distant, near shore, and extreme near shore earthquake event tsunami. The beat the wave modeling that has come out actually shows an estimated time frame. So if you're sitting in Port Orford right now out on Lakeshore Drive, no, not Lakeshore Drive, out near Garrison Lake, I can't remember the point. But if you're out there at that little inlet off of Garrison, it can show you that you have to basically, from the start of shaking, run, and how much time you have to get to high ground, and maybe 15 minutes at that point. Versus if you're closer to City Hall, you've got 5 minutes, you might be able to walk to safety. That kind of awareness, I think, is quite valuable as an educational tool. And the idea is next year that Gold Beach will be in line to get that same kind of modeling as the state continues to roll this up and down the coast. We had, of course, 2 declared disasters. So we had the February storm that came through, approximately $1 million in damage to Curry County infrastructure, notwithstanding Highway 101. That's a whole different situation. The statewide toll from that February storm was just over $30 million, which is far in excess of the $5.7 million necessary to declare a major disaster. So a major disaster declaration has been sent from Governor Brown's office to the president by way of FEMA. We should hopefully hear something about that as we get closer to June, maybe July. Of course, we did have the March spring storm event as well. We have preliminary damage assessments out to the jurisdictions that may have been affected, and those are due back to me and then to Salem by April 30th. We expect, of course, the road department being the most impacted jurisdiction by and far, and it may be pretty similar figures as far as damage to Curry County. We've got a couple of exercises planned over the next week. We actually have 2 exercises, statewide exercises planned. We have an Aries Races communications test that'll be conducted on Friday and Saturday. It's a statewide test of the ham radio operators to basically be able to deploy and communicate to Salem based on a bad day scenario. And then next week, early next week, we have a statewide test with the Public Health Authority. And so those are coming up. Be participating in a natural resources outdoor school with the 4-H group and with Riley Creek and I believe Port Orford. They'll be coming here to the fish hatchery. We'll be able to talk to them about some preparedness aspects from my office at least. I mentioned the basic CERT and MyPI. We're also planning for preparedness fairs. So last year, my office in conjunction with the Wild Rivers Connect group hosted a first annual preparedness fair at the Kalamazoo Middle School. We had guest speakers, including Lori Dangler from the Humboldt State University. She's a professor emeritus with history and geologic forces and does a lot of studies on earthquakes and tsunamis across the world, is world renowned. We had her speaking. We had Coos Forest there as well, myself, many vendors at this event. My goal this year is to improve upon that venue to where we can perhaps double the number of vendors we had and to improve upon the number of speakers we had. So we're looking at doing that. That'll hopefully be held in the first weekend of October, as we also have the Rotary preparedness fairs that we participate in Gold Beach and perhaps Port Orford this year. We'll see about that. We participate in that, as well as the Curry County Fairgrounds hosting a booth there. Our natural hazard mitigation plan is currently up for a rewrite. And so with that, we are joining with Dogami and DLCD on getting a grant. It's about $75,000 or so. That should be awarded in September. And our natural hazard mitigation plan will be hopefully completely redone, as I'm not fond of this current plan, to be frank. I think it has a lot of room for improvement. I've asked for many things to be added to it, including sod, landslides. I've asked for about 7 or 8 different additions to that plan that are not there. The plan we have right now is very cookie cutter, and that's part of why I'm not very fond of it. And then this coming month, I'll also be going out and participating in a tsunami debris workshop. A lot of focus gets put on the big earthquake and tsunami, and that, rightfully so, it's the one that can cause us the most damage. The more information we can get on preparing for that sort of event, I think prepares us better for all other events in general. So that will be coming up at the end of May. I get to participate in that. We're just now out of flood season. So now we get to go into fire season. You know, these past 2 years, we've had, between Curry and Josephine County and a contiguous line, we've got about 450,000 acres of forest that is burnt. I don't know that I'm quite so worried about a mega fire in South County this year. My big focus is North County this year, particularly with the gorse problem we have around Port Orford. We do have some Forest Service grounds north of Agnes that can pose a threat. Of course, we had Blossom 3 years after Biscuit in 2005. That's always in the foreground of the thought. I think the biggest thing in terms of fire this year is going to be the messaging to the public, because by and far there are more public fires during fire season than there are wildfires, those caused by lightning. And so trying to message that out, working with the Fire Defense Board chiefs, working with Coos Forest and the Forest Service, and trying to message out a better prevention program is going to be a major component this coming fire season.
I have several things.
Go ahead.
Shouldn't be too long, Mr. Chair. Really happy to hear about North County. You mentioned that, and just to have that little bit of insight. I've been kind of respectfully, cautiously reminding the Coos County Commissioners they have not had a major fire up there. Of course, they're a different geographic layout, but to that point, you know, when you look around the Powers area, of course, and in your recognition of north of Agnes, you know, when the Klondike hit that 14th, if it had got into the Shascosta Basin, I mean, it would have went who knows how far, including our sacred Rogue River. So you're mentioned too of being, you know, that energy of reminding the public. We're a little bit late on that, but there's still time, and I appreciate your work on that. And I sent you an email, I think yesterday, while I was at the Governor's Fire Council meeting, and I've got some notes here for you too on the wildfire protection plan. Mr. Barnes brought up, you know, a couple of times, and there's some, and you've been up on that. I know you've really been pursuing that too.
Yeah, and to that point, just real quick.
Go ahead, certainly.
Coos Forest Protective Association, Derwin Boggs, and I have been working on that CWPP recently. He expects to be able to have that completed here during this season with dedicated staff on that.
Great, thanks for the work on that. Real quick, I had a chance to visit the Oregon Emergency Management Campus, I don't know, 2 weeks ago or so, and got a little bit of a tour. Very, very nice. And, you know, the reason I bring that up, that they're thinking about moving, and I know you're aware of that too, and it's got kind of a military surrounding and pretty well, I don't want to say defended, but protected, and, you know, it's not easy to get in there, but it was very worthwhile. Yesterday, come up in the meeting that, and I had not heard this, that OEM Director Phelps was going to Pendleton for to review the flood damage there.
Correct.
Are you up on that? I was very surprised to hear.
So this last storm that we had in the May 22nd, I'm pulling that off the top of my head, of course.
March.
Thank you. We are one of the only other counties, Benton County being the other one, west of the Cascades, to have declared a local disaster from that event. The remaining counties are all east of the Cascades, primarily northeast. They suffered the brunt collectively of damages, while west of the Cascades it was very sparse. We declared a disaster, of course, on that because we were heavily impacted, especially the road department with that. But other jurisdictions like Coos, Josephine, Douglas County saw almost no impacts from that storm, which is quite phenomenal. You know, for us, we had 10 inches of rain in a 24-hour period on a Sunday to Monday night event. You know, so I'm not surprised that they're paying a lot of attention to the Northeast because collectively they were hit pretty hard with flooding. Our response was more landslides and liquefaction. We're a little more isolated.
Did you say, if I may, Mr. Chair, did you say that we're at $1 million on the county side on road damage?
So the first storm in February, we had FEMA come through to do interviews on the preliminary damage assessments and came to a conclusion of about $1 million in damages collectively between the ports, the road departments, City of Gold Beach and such. In talking with Roadmaster Christensen, it sounds like we might be closing on that $1 million mark just in the road systems. I'm still waiting for the PDAs, the preliminary damage assessments, to come back to me. So far, many jurisdictions, such as the Port of Port Orford, of course, City of Gold Beach, have claimed no disaster response, which we'll have some more discussions about that as we go forward to clarify what constitutes reimbursable expenses and such. But I expect, based on the conversation I had with Roadmaster Christensen, that we might be close to $1 million, primarily because of the Gardner Ridge failure.
Oh boy. And
then, of course, you have the 2 failures on Langley's Mountain Road, the multiple landslides they had to take care of. I expect to see a pretty hefty bill on that.
Mr. Dumeyer, on the Chetco Bar Fire road damage that Roadmaster, just as after he got here, Roadmaster Christensen submitted to FEMA, it's about $700,000, I think. We still have not, I mean, that's gonna be a long-term period before we get reimbursed on that, is my understanding. So if there's anything the board can do to help, I know you're not gonna rush FEMA, but just to be aware, the public to be aware that we are pursuing those funds, and that's very legit. And I think he and his staff did an excellent job on, you know, inventorying that. And now in addition to this this extra $1 million, so thank you.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, with the February storms, we're expecting to hear back from FEMA on the major declaration by basically the start of summer.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good job. Very good job.
All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Board of Commissioners minutes of February 6th, business meeting. Board of Commissioners February 20th, business meeting. CAFA grant for 2019-20. Assigning a liaison to emergency services would be Commissioner Boice. Rehire order of Taylor Mather, summer work crew for parks. CCH Amendment 10 to Public Health, IGA. And G is appoint Commissioner Gold to the Brookings Coastal Airport Authority. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Roll, please.
Mr. Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice.
Aye.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Consent agenda carried as amended unanimously.
Action items. On number 7, Brookings Head Start, award of contract. Counsel Huttl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on this item, on the second page, you can see a order, and essentially ORS 278, we had both bids come in above our estimate, and so the statutes in our local contracting code allow us to negotiate with the lowest responsible bidder. We have not reached an agreement with that entity. It's Adroit Construction. However, we're still in negotiations, but we're not ready to award this today. The staff then is requesting this item be continued to May 8th.
Okay. 7B is out-of-state travel for NACo.
Do we need to
Sure, I'd request a motion to continue.
Okay,
to May 8th.
I
That's
thought
okay.
maybe.
Thank you, Commissioner
Mr. Chair, if I
Boice.
may, I'll make the motion to table that or
Just continue the item to May
continue
8th.
it
Thank you.
to the May 8th general meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any further comments? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice,
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
You'd think I would have known that under action item.
It's okay. Sometimes things, emotion never hurts.
I love that term, action.
Yeah. All right, B is for out-of-state travel, NACo conference in July. This is the organization that I have been appointed for the veterans and the veterans family through NACo. I think that the relationship that we're starting to build with them is going to be very, very beneficial to the county. Some of the relationships that I've already started through them have been in constant contact with me. I think I've sent Ms. Schmelzer. She referred to a grant that we're looking for through them this past week that we're going to move forward with. And this is just the beginning of what I believe is a great relationship. I think to have Southern Curry County and rural counties across this nation to have a voice at an organization like NACo and what they do for the veterans of this nation is extremely important. The costs of this trip, it is going to be kind of a split trip. I'm going to do the NACo meetings, and then my wife and I are going to leave from there and take a few personal days. So all I would ask of this board is, I'm not certain, I think it's 3 or 4 nights at the hotel, and we're going to drive, so it would only be the partial mileage for that portion of the trip. I can't imagine that this trip would cost the county more than $1,000, and that's including a $500, if I can't get the grant, a $500 fee to be at the meetings.
The registration.
Registration. So it would be a $500 registration for the NACo meeting if I can't get a grant, and then an additional $400 or $500 for hotel fees and a partial mileage. I will not, of course, bill the county for the personal time that my wife and I will take, and the mileage we'll use on that. I will also inform the board that through conversations with NACo this past week, that they have asked me if I would be interested in applying for a chair position there. And I said, no, I would not. Then they asked me if I would consider applying for a vice chair position on the Veterans Committee, and I have agreed to do that. So that has already been submitted to NACo. This is their annual conference in Vegas, and it is also the time that I will be awarded my membership into NACo, along with many, many meetings about the direction that NACo is going and the steps that we are currently taking to better the lives of our veterans. I want to say this real quick. Veterans nowadays, we don't have the draft anymore. These people wake up one day and decide that they're going to put their lives on the line for this country. And they do that. And some of them leave the fields of the Midwest, or some of them leave a college, or leave their lives, their wives and their families, and just decide to give themselves to their nation. And we need to know that them to know that because they volunteered to do this, they weren't made to do it. They chose to do this. That we will protect them with everything that we have and all the resources that we have available to us to help them when they come home. As we know, in years past, many of our veterans were not shown that dignity and that respect when they came home, and they still to this day fight for resources to help them through the medical issues that they face and the mental and monetary problems that their families have faced for years. One thing that NACo is working on currently right now is if someone in the military is transferred from one state to another, and their spouse is a professional, say in the real estate business, there's no reciprocity to a lot of states that a nurse could go to another hospital in another state and be able to practice. So this service member is transferring, and their spouse is working at a fast food restaurant or at a job that is not their qualification, just because they're not allowed to. NACo currently has legislation on the floor to be able to have reciprocity for all licensed professions nationwide for military spouses to be able to go to any state in this nation, and they can do their profession through the reciprocity process through the federal government. So I mean, these are the kind of things that NACo does. It's a federal organization. AOC in the state does a lot of good, but NACo is somewhere that we can not only change the lives for people in this county or the state of Oregon, but it changes the lives for people, our veterans around the world. And it's something I'm very proud to be involved in. And I look forward to the future with them, and I hope this board will support that. Commissioner Boice.
Well, right or wrong, I felt like the last 2 years, 2.5 years, whatever, that my job has been to challenge and question, especially when it comes to expenditures. And to see your leadership here, as you well know, the Curry County reputation around the state has been damaged a lot in the last 3 or 4 years. If that hurts anyone's feelings, I think it needs to be said, and I can't back down from that. This will help very much and you and David Brock-Smith, State Representative, are doing a great deal of work to mend that and move us forward. And so this is, needless to say, money well spent. You certainly have my support, and thank you.
I just have one question. Is NACo going to help with some of your expenses on your trips if you were vice chair?
That's what I've asked them, and that's actually part of my application to them was because we are a rural county and we are financially strapped. I would ask for any support that they can give me before accepting it. And I would also let this board know that I will personally, if we have some shortages, contribute to that travel personally as well.
So I make a motion that we approve the out-of-state travel for Commissioner Paasch.
Second.
Any further comment? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boice.
Yes.
Chair Paasch.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously, or go to Vegas.
Director's report, Ms. Schmelzer.
I'll make it very brief. So just real quick, the Sheriff's Department works with Coos County on the South Coast Interagency Narcotics Team, and we have not been able to actually give resources to that team. So the sheriff and I wrote a grant application to try and get $25,000 funding for that. That was submitted this week, so we'll see if we get that money that we can contribute. We did put a disclaimer on the website this week regarding links. That was a concern before, so that should go out there. I sent it to JJ yesterday. Counsel Huttl reviewed it, so we'll have a disclaimer just to make sure we're legal on everything. And then just final that we did cancel the May 1st meeting. So our next meeting would be after this evening, after our workshop this evening. The next one would be May 8th.
Okay. I want to say also, because it's now commissioner comments, so I will bleed this into to my comment, which is first, scent for the Sheriff's Department is extremely important. These are organizations that do a lot of the legwork for the Sheriff's Department, especially with the drug issues that we face in this county. And to see some of the work that really help him do his job. And again, I just want to, again, kind of lift John up. He has a lot on his plate right now, and I admire him for his constant love for this county and want to help grow it. Our law enforcement department is beginning to be a shining star again in this county. I loved it when our previous sheriff was there, and and John Ward has continued to grow that as well. So just kudos to him and the work he's doing. I would like to make a comment that we are working right now on a property that we may be able to procure. I would like to just have the commissioners to have this in your mind. Excuse me. But we're looking at a property that someone in the county may be willing to donate to the county. And it's a large piece of property, and we would be able to put low-income housing into this property. If they were to donate the property, it would far outweigh the possible tax benefit that they may get for it, because that's probably what they would be asking for in return as some kind of tax benefit on maybe their property, another piece of property that they own. This is in the budding stages, but it is something that could be huge for this county because it could be low-income housing, not only for veterans, but for families that are in need of housing in this county. And to be able to find some grants, Julie and I have already looked at the possibility of some grants as well as summer, to be able to have some grants to come in and help build that those houses. And if we were to do it the right way, there are some TV shows that you might see on TV that they get the builders to work with the people that are actually going to be living in the homes. So that might be something that we can get veterans involved in, maybe naming the streets in that area after, you know, wars or different medals that there are for veterans, or, you know, different things like that. I mean, I can't imagine Iwo Jima Lane or something like that and on those roads, to just solidify some of the things that our veterans have given up for this nation. So that's something in the future that we're looking at, that I think will happen, I hope will happen, and that hopefully in the next few months we'll have a clearer answer to that. But just for your minds to think of, you know, that you might want to start mulling around, you know, what this person may want, and would you be willing to do that until we know what he really wants. We don't know.
Where's the property located?
I don't really want to disclose anything on it right now.
Not even a city, huh?
South County.
Oh, okay, that's good.
There are also some other things that are going on in the county right now that we're excited to see. I think you're going to have some more new construction coming in. I think our building inspectors are going to be quite busy in the next year or so. There are also some resources that we're looking to bring into the county, or back to the county, that could happen in the coming months. I just want everyone to know, sometimes it looks like we're not doing a lot here, but right now there are some really good things happening, that in the coming months, I hope people will see that things are starting to come to fruition. That's all I have. Commissioner Boice, you're up.
Oh, that was your commissioner's report?
That was it.
Everybody say, how long is he gonna take this?
That's usually in there somewhere, yeah.
Well, I do have a lot to report, but you know, I got back real late yesterday and left very early, 3 or 4, actually about 3:30 to go to Salem. But I'm very happy about this committee, the Governor's Advisory Fire Response Council. That's Jim Walker, born in Gold Beach. He is our state fire marshal, and kudos to the governor. She made sure that he was here, especially for the Klondike fire. And not only was he here, but he was very effective, and I don't think he missed any of the 6:30 a.m. meetings well, he wasn't here for 100 days, but his staff sure was. Anyway, I've got tons of notes that I haven't had time to go over yet, but very informative and educational. The suppression part of this council is where I hope I can contribute a lot, and that's for the entire state. Rewinding back just a little bit to be reminded that Jeremy Dumeyer is on guard a little bit for North County. As you know, Port Orford burnt to the ground twice, once in 1880, and I don't remember now the other date, but I have it in my notes. The point is the fuel we have here. And I'm with him. I kind of suspect that we'll be okay this year, but we're certainly not going to count on that. We're going to be ready to go. Our report, this is going to require a little bit of travel. It's not something that I can call in. And so I think we're going to have a meeting about every 2 weeks, but they're going to have them around the state. So we might even have one down here that I would encourage the board to attend. I don't just work on fire issues, of course, but there is just tremendous brain power in this room from forestry officials. Only one other commissioner made it, but there's been 3 appointed so far. That's Lily Morgan, myself, and Mark Bennett from Baker County, and he is a retired forester and just a really sharp guy. So I'll give a better, more lengthy report down the road for the board and the public. But the bottom line is I think some very good things are going to come out of this committee, and I think it's very insightful of the governor to put this together. notes here. Talked to, I'm going to have a PERS report next week. The governor had also showed some courage recently on challenging a little bit to how PERS is growing and that liability, especially not just for rural counties, but all counties, and what that means for Curry County, and that it's almost an unfunded mandate. And I think in the next few years, it's going to be even more of an issue, and where they're going to get the money to support that, and that deficit. You know, we've talked about business licenses last time for a variety of reasons. I think that our staff is making some progress there. I'll have report too on the 8th. See, that's Wednesday, so I think it's the 5th that we'll be back in Salem for the monthly AOC board meeting. The ONC, Association of Oregon ONC Counties, BLM Counties, will be here on the 20th, excuse me, and I'm taking them upriver. I'm going to scare them thoroughly and get them good and wet, and it's just a great bunch. In order for me to get to Ron Fowler's memorial service on Friday, I did do the phone thing, and it was about 60% productive, but I was thankful to have a phone because it was right before Ron's service. Just a lot of good things happening there. They're working very hard with Senator Merkley's office. I saw Mary Gartreau and spent about 20 minutes with her yesterday at this meeting. She's on the panel, and what it has to do with the foundation that Senator Merkley is proposing, Senator Wyden is proposing. I think I reported last month, we're trying to get Merkley and Wyden together on that. Anyway, some good things happen there. I've been spending some time on county issues with Ron Wyden's South Coast rep, Molly McCarthy, and she's very aware of our 30 issues for Curry County and is very, very helpful. And then the Bear Camp Road, I was concerned if we didn't get that open early, we might be in a position if we had that slide at Weimer's, top 80 acres go out. Each day we breathe a little easier, but we just don't want another day of 2 or 3 inches of rain or a dozen inches. Everything else will wait till the 8th, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me that little extra time there.
Commissioner Gold?
I'll make mine short, sweet, and to the point. I was pretty excited with the presentation from the Youth Pathways Partnership this morning. Got to learn more, and I'm working with the superintendents to be on board with that, and also I would like that same presentation when our superintendents of school come, because we're going to have that partnership. I'm also working on getting us 3 free buses from the Curry County Transit. Ask what condition they were in. One had like 75,000 miles on it. They'll hold 14 to 15 passengers, handicapped accessible. So hopefully we're going to get those probably by the end of the year, and free. I love that word. And they could be used in this program to transport the students to their various job sites. So hopefully that'll come to fruition.
All right. One more thing I wanted to ask Ms. Schmelzer, on that note of the school superintendents coming, and I think SWAC is coming that day?
That's
yes.
right.
Is there 2 separate presentations, or is that gelled into one?
It's one workshop together.
Okay, can we have the presentation from the school superintendents first and then SWAC after them?
Commissioner Gold?
That's fine. What I'm doing is getting a presentation so they can highlight their successes, right, and then how are they going to be able to work together. And we could have the superintendents go first on the highlighting, and
I think that would be the best way to do it, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of public input into that as well. So I think it'd be great if we could have the superintendents, and then hopefully they're also up to speed on this new program. That'd be great.
So we also want to try and have Gene Merrill there as well?
I'd love to have that same presentation so they can see it.
Okay.
Because he's the expert on it.
I'll see if they can come back.
Okay. All right, so that's the ending of our general meeting. Do we want to take the time now, or do we want to do lunch?
Well, I don't think we have a choice because we've got our
executive session, yeah. So why don't we do this? We'll break for lunch now, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it. If you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
We have these parks which are set up to protect and preserve biodiversity. That's challenging under any circumstances. But it certainly is almost impossible if you don't know what the actual biodiversity that's in your park or the area that you're trying to conserve is.
BioBlitz is a celebration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life in an area. We don't know how much life and what types of life are here at Crater Lake National Park. The big obvious things we know about. But a BioBlitz is where we go out and look for a particular type of organism. This year we're looking for beetles, or the order Coleoptera.
The wealth of biodiversity that are in these parks, 99% of it is something that could fit in your hand.
We can't save what we don't know exists. So if there's a beetle species out there that's very important and we don't know about it, we can't do anything to help it. That is the ultimate goal of the BioBlitz. It's a way that citizens can come here. We have volunteers that are here who are actually giving this information. They're using their time to help the scientists build a greater picture of what kind of beetles are here in this park.
Getting this sort of baseline data of what biodiversity is there not only shows us what's there, which is just intrinsically interesting for its own purpose, but it also begins to set a baseline. And that baseline data set is what we then can use, and not just scientists, but the general public and those land managers, the stakeholders in that BioBlitz, can use those observations then on into the future to understand if things are changing.
It's not so much about counting number of species, it's more about seeing a fuller picture of the biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the variety of different types of organisms, different types of species.
I do believe that in their past BioBlitzes that they have expanded the number of things they now had recorded from the park, but also confirmed that some of the things that were reported historically are still present. So even if it's not a new discovery for the park, it still creates another piece of data that tells us, yes, that thing still lives here and is still thriving or maybe struggling, but we begin to learn something about it. I think that has an intrinsic value to the park for its long-term future, but it also just has an intrinsic social value when you ask questions about why do we have these parks? And there's lots of ways to answer that question, but one of them is that the parks are these areas where we go to appreciate the wildlife there. And this is a way of tapping into some of that wildlife at all sorts of different levels. One of the key things besides the biology that's involved in these BioBlitzes is the interaction with the public and the opportunity to educate the public about the biodiversity around them.
The citizen scientists are here working alongside professional scientists. And that allows them not just to connect with science here at the park, but connect with the greater scientific community. It's a real positive thing. We see all ages coming here and they're just acting like kids out searching for bugs, but they're doing real science at the same time. It's a great connection between this amazing resource and the people that live around it.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
National parks are one of America's crowning achievements. After all, it was in this country that the idea of setting areas aside for preservation was born. They are a symbol of democracy and exist as places where one can appreciate the beauty and complexity of the natural world, free of human influence. In the past, national parks faced challenges brought on primarily by the industries and practices that threatened them. Today, similar challenges persist, as well as some new ones. High up in the Cascades, Crater Lake National Park remains a pristine natural area enjoyed by visitors from throughout the world. But in recent years, new circumstances have come to endanger the ecosystem of the park. Invasive plant species are beginning to spread and threaten the park's natural biodiversity. An invasive species is an organism that did not originate in an ecosystem and is often introduced by humans. In recent years, Crater Lake National Park biologists have documented a rise in the number of non-native plant species found within the park. Invasive plant species have various ways of spreading throughout Crater Lake National Park. Roads that have been built create pathways for seeds that may stick on tires and get thrown to the side of the road. From the roadways, visitors come from far and wide to see one of the world's natural wonders. With each visitor, the risk of introducing new species also increases. Many invasive plant species have evolved sophisticated methods of distribution through the development of various adaptations to their seeds. These adaptations allow some species to let the wind and even animal life do all the heavy lifting for them. As seeds needle their way through clothing and animal fur, they are carried and then dropped in various places around the park. There are many reasons why new species are entering the park at an increasing rate. One of the factors responsible are the effects brought on by climate change. Due to warming winters, the snow-dominated season of Crater Lake National Park is becoming shorter. Snowpack, that is normally around for most of the year, shortens the period of human impacts, such as high levels of summer visitation and infrastructure maintenance and enhancements. With climate change increasing the frequency and severity of drought and lengthening the snow-free period, the factors that are disturbing the natural environment are amplifying. Snowmelt, that would linger for most of the year, is melting much sooner than usual. Snowpack acts as a barrier to both plant and animal species. Native plant species have adapted to this environment and are used to completing their life cycles during short growing seasons. With the lengthening of growing seasons, native plant species are now vulnerable to increasing competition from invasive plant species. The risk of forest fires increases with rising temperatures as well. As growing seasons lengthen, so do fire seasons. Areas affected by forest fires open up new habitats for invasive plants to move in, creating areas where non-native plants can find solid footing in the competition against their native neighbors. Newly introduced annual grasses fill spaces of forests and meadows and act as a medium for fires, allowing them to spread farther and more easily than before. This means that not only are invasive plant species altering the existing environment, they create a domino effect that can speed up the process of change in the park. In the last 3 years, 25 non-native plant species have been discovered. With every coming season, these numbers are expected to increase. Amid growing challenges and limited resources, the invasive vegetation management team has been forced to prioritize the most aggressive species in the park. These Crater Lake National Park biologists are controlling non-native thistles from a remote area inside the western boundary of the park. These thistles were discovered late in the season, and park biologists are removing the seed heads so they will not spread farther and establish more infestation sites. Given how large an area these plants can envelop, controlling invasive plants can be a meticulous process, but it is the best way to ensure that these plants aren't able to spread further into the park. Roadsides are another area of focus, as they create literal highways for invasive plant species to take hold. By controlling invasive plants near the park boundary and along roadsides, park biologists hope to reduce the amount of species entering and spreading in order to protect and maintain the natural state of the park.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neoconi Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot one or two of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park.
A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges, you want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Unstable snow cornices can kill. Cornices are difficult to detect and can collapse at any time. Stay 100 feet, 30 meters, back from edge of the caldera. Trees can be dangerous in deep winter snow. Tree wells are large cavities around trees that can be 3 to 10 feet deep. People can become trapped in tree wells and die. Tree bombs are large clumps of snow and ice that fall from tree branches. Tree bombs can injure or kill a person. Use map and stay on the trails. Don't venture off trail unless you have a plan and are prepared to rescue yourself. Search and rescue response may not take place until the following day. Stay with a group and let a responsible person know your plans. Leave a detailed itinerary with someone you know. If there is an emergency, they might be the only person who can tell the National Park Service where you are.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges, you want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
The goal of the Mountain Hemlock Phenology Project is to take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park. This project will span several years and track the change in spring tree growth over time. We don't just want to know if the timing of spring at Crater Lake is changing, we want to know why it might be changing, so we will also be measuring snow depth around the trees. This is how you'll take your measurements in the field. First, find a branch on the study tree and focus on the end of the branch. We're only going to measure a section the size of our hand. Next, look for the buds on the branches. They are really tiny. The dried up tan buds that look like tiny pine cones are pollen cones from last year. Skip over these. You're going to be counting the tiny unopened buds. Early in the season, these will all be tan color. Later in the spring, the cone buds will turn purple and the leaf buds will become hairy. You'll use your data sheet to identify and count the buds. These are the tree's new growth. Make sure you count carefully, the scientists are depending on you. After counting the buds, help the ranger take a snow depth measurement at your study tree. Park scientists think that climate change may be affecting plant growth at Crater Lake. Mountain hemlocks are a tree species adapted to deep snow, and snowfall has been decreasing at Crater Lake. What do you predict? Will trees surrounded by deeper snow produce more or less new growth than trees surrounded by less snow? On behalf of the National Park Service and the global scientific community, thank you for helping us take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good. The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACo secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACo stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
See Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one that needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly 1/3 of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections. Counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot, drive to work, take public transportation, or experience a natural disaster in your community, chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool, used in the right places, at the right time, by the professionals we charge with managing these forests. The desired result is to lessen the potential for the large, devastating megafires we have been experiencing these past few decades. Recovery after megafires is not only possible, but can greatly expedite the restoration and creation of all of the benefits of a healthy forest ecosystem. One fine example is Oregon's Tillamook State Forest. After repeated massive fires,
People don't realize what's in there. I mean, because, you know, unless you actually drive on the property, you really don't realize what's in there.
Like a makerspace.
That's what I was just saying. Josh just said that. He's like, they have a makerspace in Curry County already. I mean,
We have to wait for
set up with everything you do. Are you guys doing executive session first?
We're going to announce executive and then, yes, go
Okay,
into it. So it'll be 15 or 20 minutes in executive is all we're going to do.
We're going to just hang out so you guys are done. We're available for questions.
Do we have questions?
I think I'm good.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys
for us, it
can
would be
sign up
real-
for the 12th, that'd be
Really,
great.
exactly.
Yeah, we'll be
Really
there.
important to be here on the
Okay.
12th. That'd be great. Thanks a lot for everything.
no problem.
Everything you guys are doing. It's great.
A lot of this is her fault from Josephine. We're sitting at a conference and she goes, "You're already doing all this, right?" We are.
I already told Mark this morning I'm going to take him out and have a couple of cocktails with him, and I'll get him loosened up so I can learn the bones in the closet.
There's not that many. I think you know all of them.
Look at her. She's red. Look at her. She's blushing. Look at her.
Well, you know all the bones. There's nothing else.
Okay. Okay. I'll agree.
It is 1 o'clock on Thursday, April 24th. We are back in session of our normal BOC meeting. And we are at this time going to go into executive session to discuss ORS 192-640. Oh, sorry, wrong, 660. To conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to carry on negotiations. So we are in recess and going into executive session. I need my speaker on. Could you walk out in the hallway and just make sure?
Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
Additionally, the entire caldera acts as a giant terrain trap. A terrain trap is where all of the snow and rocks will funnel into a single location as you go further and deeper into the caldera.
It's about as dangerous as it gets down there. The slopes are so steep. In the winter, they're fully covered in snow, so if you started to slip, you'd have no way to stop yourself. It's just a straight drop about 1,000 feet down to the edge of the lake, and the water in the lake is going to be about the freezing temperature, and it's hundreds of feet deep, so once you get in there, there's really no way to get back out.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges, you want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Crater Lake Rangers and Ski Patrol members do perform backcountry winter rescues.
We're all trained as medical providers and for search and rescue. So if you're out just a short distance on the trail, we might be able to get to you pretty quick. But if for some reason you go over the edge and you get injured, we're going to have to assemble a technical rescue team, and it could be a long time before we get down there to get you out. You really need to be prepared to be self-sufficient, and if you get into a bad situation, you really need to know how to rescue yourself. Well, if you know you're going to come up here for the winter time, either to snowshoe or just to come up and visit, a few things you really want to do is you want to check the weather beforehand, figure out what the conditions are expected to be up here. You also want to look at our webcams and see what the current conditions are, what the snowpack looks like. And when you do get up here, make sure you take that extra minute or two to talk to someone from the visitor center or someone from where you rent your snowshoes and see what the hazards are out there, what the conditions being reported back are, and then just be extra prepared. So bring extra food, extra water, extra clothing, because things can change fast out here and you really need to be ready for it.
If yours is the next big idea and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
We have these parks which are set up to protect and preserve biodiversity. That's challenging under any circumstances. But it certainly is almost impossible if you don't know what the actual biodiversity that's in your park or the area that you're trying to conserve is.
BioBlitz is a celebration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life in an area. We don't know how much life and what types of life are here at Crater Lake National Park. The big obvious things we know about. But a BioBlitz is where we go out and look for a particular type of organism. This year we're looking for beetles, or the order Coleoptera.
The wealth of biodiversity that are in these parks, 99% of it is something that could fit in your hand.
We can't save what we don't know exists. So if there's a beetle species out there that's very important and we don't know about it, we can't do anything to help it. That is the ultimate goal of the BioBlitz. It's a way that citizens can come here. We have volunteers that are here who are actually giving this information. They're using their time to help the scientists build a greater picture of what kind of beetles are here in this park.
Getting this sort of baseline data of what biodiversity is there not only shows us what's there, which is just intrinsically interesting for its own purpose, but it also begins to set a baseline. And that baseline data set is what we then can use, and not just scientists, but the general public and those land managers, the stakeholders in that BioBlitz, can use those observations then on into the future to understand if things are changing.
It's not so much about counting number of species, it's more about seeing a fuller picture of the biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the variety of different types of organisms, different types of species.
I do believe that in their past BioBlitzes that they have expanded the number of things they now had recorded from the park, but also confirmed that some of the things that were reported historically are still present. So even if it's not a new discovery for the park, it still creates another piece of data that tells us, yes, that thing still lives here and is still thriving or maybe struggling, but we begin to learn something about it. I think that has an intrinsic value to the park for its long-term future, but it also just has an intrinsic social value when you ask questions about why do we have these parks? And there's lots of ways to answer that question, but one of them is that the parks are these areas where we go to appreciate the wildlife there. And this is a way of tapping into some of that wildlife at all sorts of different levels. One of the key things besides the biology that's involved in these BioBlitzes is the interaction with the public and the opportunity to educate the public about the biodiversity around them.
The citizen scientists are here working alongside professional scientists, and that allows them not just to connect with science here at the park, but connect with the greater scientific community. It's a real positive thing. We see all ages coming here, and they're just acting like kids out searching for bugs, but they're doing real science at the same time. It's a great connection between this amazing resource and the people that live around it.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's gonna benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Brandt down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
National parks are one of America's crowning achievements. After all, it was in this country that the idea of setting areas aside for preservation was born. They are a symbol of democracy and exist as places where one can appreciate the beauty and complexity of the natural world, free of human influence. In the past, national parks faced challenges brought on primarily by the industries and practices that threatened them. Today, similar challenges persist, as well as some new ones. High up in the Cascades, Crater Lake National Park remains a pristine natural area enjoyed by visitors from throughout the world. But in recent years, new circumstances have come to endanger the ecosystem of the park. Invasive plant species are beginning to spread and threaten the park's natural biodiversity. An invasive species is an organism that did not originate in an ecosystem and is often introduced by humans. In recent years, Crater Lake National Park biologists have documented a rise in the number of non-native plant species found within the park. Invasive plant species have various ways of spreading throughout Crater Lake National Park. Roads that have been built create pathways for seeds that may stick on tires and get thrown to the side of the road. From the roadways, visitors come from far and wide to see one of the world's natural wonders. With each visitor, the risk of introducing new species also increases. Many invasive plant species have evolved sophisticated methods of distribution through the development of various adaptations to their seeds. These adaptations allow some species to let the wind and even animal life do all the heavy lifting for them. As seeds needle their way through clothing and animal fur, they are carried and then dropped in various places around the park. There are many reasons why new species are entering the park at an increasing rate. One of the factors responsible are the effects brought on by climate change. Due to warming winters, the snow-dominated season of Crater Lake National Park is becoming shorter. Snowpack, that is normally around for most of the year, shortens the period of human impacts, such as high levels of summer visitation and infrastructure maintenance and enhancements. With climate change increasing the frequency and severity of drought and lengthening the snow-free period, the factors that are disturbing the natural environment are amplifying. Snowmelt, that would linger for most of the year, is melting much sooner than usual. Snowpack acts as a barrier to both plant and animal species. Native plant species have adapted to this environment and are used to completing their life cycles during short growing seasons. With the lengthening of growing seasons, native plant species are now vulnerable to increasing competition from invasive plant species. The risk of forest fires increases with rising temperatures as well. As growing seasons lengthen, so do fire seasons. Areas affected by forest fires open up new habitats for invasive plants to move in, creating areas where non-native plants can find solid footing in the competition against their native neighbors. Newly introduced annual grasses fill spaces of forests and meadows and act as a medium for fires, allowing them to spread farther and more easily than before. This means that not only are invasive plant species altering the existing environment, they create a domino effect that can speed up the process of change in the park. In the last 3 years, 25 non-native plant species have been discovered. With every coming season, these numbers are expected to increase. Amid growing challenges and limited resources, the invasive vegetation management team has been forced to prioritize the most aggressive species in the park. These Crater Lake National Park biologists are controlling non-native thistles from a remote area inside the western boundary of the park. These thistles were discovered late in the season, and park biologists are removing the seed heads so they will not spread farther and establish more infestation sites. Given how large an area these plants can envelop, controlling invasive plants can be a meticulous process, but it is the best way to ensure that these plants aren't able to spread further into the park. Roadsides are another area of focus, as they create literal highways for invasive plant species to take hold. By controlling invasive plants near the park boundary and along roadsides, park biologists hope to reduce the amount of species entering and spreading in order to protect and maintain the natural state of the park.
All right, we're on. 1:23 on April 24th. We are back in session, coming out of executive session for 192-660, and we are to proceed as directed from that session. Back on session here in our regular meeting, number 11, others under ORS 192.640. This is a notice shall include the list of principal subjects anticipated to be considered at the meeting. We have A, which is John Hitt discussion. Commissioner Boice.
So we have 2 different contracts with him. I think I some. Huh?
Well, we have one and then a proposed one.
Okay, great, thank you. Just his experience and background, and I think all and each of the commissioners, plus certainly Ms. Schmelzer, could put on his agenda different projects, one of which was progress. Well, we talked about it a little bit this morning. We've talked about it in the past with Planning Director Crockett. Is I don't want to use the word overload, but as I said earlier today, just a lot of demands on her time. We have a employee that's running part-time as a planning assistant. Is that the right category?
Well, Nancy is actually was a planner, and she stayed on to help with the transition. And then we brought Penny on 50% in planning, and she has since really advanced, and she knows. Just the couple months I've been here, I've seen real growth in her knowledge of the code.
So is Ms. Chester no longer here now?
She's actually on vacation right now.
Okay.
But is she still part-time?
She is. She's still part-time. There was no deadline on her,
She's at
her employment. It was during a transition, but I believe that she is not in the proposed budget for next year.
Okay. But even for the rest of this year, I mean, for 50 an hour, that's just...
45? Excuse me, thank you.
What I read was 50.
I thought I read that too.
Yeah, I thought it was 50. Was the one that I've... But
The paperwork I had, it was 50.
But regardless, she's just on vacation right now.
No, it's I signed the paperwork on it. So.
Well, anyway, she is. We're very lucky to have her. I think there was some arm twisting to get her to come back after her retirement. She's been a great spark plug down there. Maybe we just need to put Mr. Hitt on kind of a part-time or even a probationary thing, but he's communicated to me that he is more than willing and more than capable of doing that work. Plus, back to one of the first things that you offered, the experience you had in Josephine County, was the records retention and just the whole filing system updates down there. And I of course, felt like that was a great project, perhaps plural. And so we can make some progress towards that goal, those goals.
Speaking of, your ears were ringing.
Right.
Good day, Director Crockett.
Right, so we do still have that contract with John if we need him in the planning department. So there's that contract. Mm-hmm. Now, what happened was you had proposed a second contract, and I think that's the one that we want to discuss right now.
Which was a maximum of 5.
Right,
okay.
Mm-hmm. Because the other contract is still there.
And what is it for?
All the above.
Okay. Because I almost say my issue with Mr. Hitt that I've made very clear to everyone was I felt like his billings were, I don't want to say usury, but they were excessive for the work that was done. And I would shake his hand and say that to his face as well. I just think we need, if we're going to do something like this, we need to be very mindful of you know, his projects and a reasonable billing for them versus what I've seen in past billings that I...
Fair enough. I have not seen his billings, but if your concerns are valid, that I would be very confident that's something we could communicate to him and say that is a potential issue. We have Director Crockett here. Maybe she wants to contribute to this conversation.
I just have one comment. The interaction John Hitt's having with you is just in the planning department, and then the other contract, I believe Commissioner Boice was speaking of, is something totally different.
That is correct. That
Okay.
is correct.
Plus it's 35 an hour versus 25 an hour.
In regards to planning, the immediate need and the, don't want to call it a crisis, but the steep workload is related to 2 issues. The first one is serving the public. Right now we're taking probably about 20 to 25 entrances into the planning department via phone, email, coming into the counter.
Hang on one
Sure,
second, please.
sure.
Ask him to just quiet down. Thank you.
So answering the questions of the public is our primary objective, and that seems to be what people have really appreciated since I've been here, the start of January. In order to answer people's questions, that requires a depth of knowledge of the zoning code, state statute in regards to land use, as well as being able to quickly access the history associated with any parcel that somebody is asking about. That's not in John Hitt's purview as far as his qualifications. The second major workload item that is happening now is we are getting a lot of applications, which is awesome. But in order to process an application, again, you have to have a depth of experience in working with the zoning code, understanding Oregon land use law, and also interfacing with John Huttl on issues that aren't clear in our zoning code. Our zoning code is old. It's got a lot of revisions that are contradictory, so it's subject to interpretation. And John, the nicest man I have met in a long time, quite frankly, but he's doesn't have Oregon land use experience. So those are two issues that we just can't plug him into. And so I don't have a real need for that kind of service at this time. I really have a need for somebody that can jump in and process applications and answer questions.
Do you still have a need for Ms. Chester's services?
Yes, she has been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. As far as providing the history, she can find files that, I wouldn't even know where to start to look. Whether they be in John Huddle's office, whether they be in the assessor's office, the surveyor's office. We pull on all of that information that's available to us in the county in order to address people's questions and try to figure out how to steer them forward to do what they want to do.
Okay.
So where are we on digitizing all these files so you can access them much more easily?
We haven't even started.
Okay, is there, I don't know, could you hire students or something to help with that process later on, or?
I can maybe comment on that. Becky,
Yeah.
I believe you put the money in the budget, right? $35,000 for this coming year's budget. So
Okay.
once we don't have the money right now. So if that gets approved during the budget process, we'll be able to begin that.
Well, I'm a Hitt fan, and I think I can separate out that certainly his capacities in a variety of areas. Commissioner, he had 6 of the elected officials ask the previous board to keep him on, and those are 6 people with well over 130 years combined experience. They didn't validate his planning experience, and I think your concerns are also legitimate, Ms. Crockett. I think, though, again, he's the kind of person we sit down, have a conversation with, and say, this is the greatest need right now. We have this project coming up after budget. How can we take advantage of your expertise? And so those are the kind of people, and again, I'm going to emphasize, I think that we have a lot of projects that we could, the amount of workload, correct me if I'm wrong, that is coming at us right now, just this first 4 months, we need to recruit and find the best people we can. And I think he is very understanding that, yes, we're looking for another long-term assistant planner, and that could be in a week or it could be in a year. I think he's willing and capable of filling that position until we get that full-time person.
Well, from what I've heard, though, what I've just heard is he's not qualified under Oregon.
I think he might disagree with that. I don't know if he's been put properly in that capacity, but I could be wrong on that too. It may not be his greatest level of interest, but if we identify the need to him, if I don't have support on putting him in our program with our team, then I may be talking into the wind here. But I think his background for the state of Oregon and where he's been and what he's accomplished and his reputation is without question.
Well, I know it's no secret that I've known Mr. Hitt since 1985.
Okay.
I've had dealings with him, some people in his office in the mid-'80s as well. So his job down there, one of his jobs was in planning. but I don't know, you know, the level of difference between Southern California planning and Oregon planning. I would imagine Oregon's is probably simpler, but I don't know. All I can go by is that there is a level of concern that his knowledge in planning is not best used here in Oregon. Yes.
Okay. No, I just said if his. Go ahead. Yes.
Well, thanks. If I could, as Julie Schmelzer mentioned, we currently have him under contract in the planning, and that is what it is. And you've heard Director Crockett say she doesn't think that's the best use of our planning budget or what have you. But then Commissioner Boice, it seems like you're proposing a second contract with him. And I would just like to keep clear of which we're talking to when we're talking. Are we talking about the planning contract or I'll call it the old contract or the new contract or something? I mean, just for purposes of decision making and where the board's going on this.
So the new contract is going to be a maximum of $5,000?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if you want to delay that for a couple of weeks and get him on board and connected with Director Crockett and communicate some of the things that I've recommended, maybe for a couple of weeks. Is it 20 hours a week?
Well, we already have the contract with him for the planning services. If Ms. Crockett sees a need for him in planning, we already have that set up.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we have Mr. Hitt coordinate with Ms. Crockett, either in person or by phone, and then perhaps yourself in a conference call or however, and come up with a strategy of this is what we would expect of him, this is how we would expect it, and see if that fits your, you know, what you expect, or if it's not in planning, you've also got something else in mind for him. You know, have an agenda, you know, that you're going to put him on, what his hourly rate is, how he's going to do his billing. Are we going to get charged for travel? Are we going to get charged for coffee break? Those kind of things. And then represent in a couple of weeks. I think it'd be a way to go.
Okay, two things, and I think that's an excellent approach. So, where are we then with Ms. Chester, and to what degree could we possibly save money on the assumption that he is capable and would fill that gap?
Well, of course, if we've got two people that are equally qualified and one of them's getting 25 an hour and the other one's getting 50, guess which way I'm going to lean? So
I thought we raised him to 35 on that.
Well, no, the first contract is 25 an hour.
Yes. Okay.
And that's the planning contract.
That's the planning contract.
That's the planning contract.
So
no wonder he's dragging his feet, if that's true.
I would also say this, you know, just going into the budget session here, or budget season, Becky and I, and maybe Becky has on her own, I know I haven't sat down with Nancy to say, Nancy, do you want to continue on in the capacity, and can you do it at a lower rate? Because like Becky said, she's got a wealth of knowledge and history. It was proposed at first she would just do a transition, but hopefully she would stay on longer.
Her preference is to stay on longer. My preference is to have her longer. She is quite a benefit to the county, and she has agreed to a much lower rate because she desires to be here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What's her rate that she's agreed to?
So far, it's $30 an hour.
Okay, so that, and you're saying she's willing to stay on that. That gives us all, does it not, a little sigh of relief?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Ms. Chester is extremely qualified.
Director Crockett, though, in that sense, through John, 20 hours a week, do you feel like, not to put you on the spot here, but in the interest of the public interest, do you feel like you could, if he conformed to what your vision is of what you need down there, in addition to Ms. Crockett, could you plug that in and, you know, I hate to use the word probationary period, but just give that a try for a month or so and see if he's really clearly understanding what you see the needs are under your program there.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, the planning arena could use a lot of resources. We have an outdated comp plan, an outdated code. We need to expand the Brookings urban growth boundary. I mean, there's just such a long list of things that need to be done. What I'd like to do, and what I was hopeful we could talk about through the budget process, is get through this crunch time right now, where we're receiving a lot of applications and people are asking a lot of questions, which is very time consuming. Get through the building cycle and then going into the fall, sit down and start talking about, well, what resources do we have to deal with these other issues that are more long-term issues but are definitely pressing on the county. We will also have, as a result of the closure of the legislative session, we will have a need to make code changes. That's an opportunity to not just make the legislative code changes that are going to come out of session, but to also address code changes that we know are really needed right here because of how we operate locally. So those are things that John might be able to step into and be very helpful. Right now, why we're really pressed for current development applications and people wanting to do things, it would be hard to plug him in.
So, just so, and I'm not saying this to you, I'm saying this to everyone. We do have a union waiting in the hallway to speak to us, that one of them has to catch a plane shortly, I believe. So, anyway, go ahead.
Okay, we'll just finish with this then. The possible projects you just identified there, I really think that he does have tremendous background in that. I could be wrong. I'd like to ask him. I'm sure he'll be right up front with me, and if he's willing to work and understand that's what you need, that's what we need. I just have really grown to appreciate your leadership down there, and we want to find you the best possible people we can to make your job easier. That's our job, in my view. Thank you.
So would you be willing to have a phone conversation with him and explain to him later in the year what you would expect of him down there, what you need of him down there, and can you do that clearly? Not, is there a possibility you could do this, but this is what I would expect of you. Can you perform that duty?
Absolutely.
Okay. And could you bring that back to us in a couple of weeks?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Curry County don't want to let people like this get away.
John's a good man. I like
Thank
it.
you.
All right, so we can move on now to the Wolf Advisory Committee.
I think that's just a matter, Mr. Chair, of I have a few people like serve on that committee. I could bring that back to the board or run it by you in time for the 8th, perhaps?
Okay, so what happened was the board was going to discuss an ordinance and create a committee, and instead the board decided to ask if we could have a joint one with Coos. Apparently they wrote back and said that's not possible. I haven't seen that letter. You've seen the letter. So now what we need to do is bring back the advisory committee and the ordinance for approval, because that's where it was left off.
Okay.
So if you want, we can bring that back.
But can we start the process of formulating the committee at the same time, so we don't lose another week or so?
We can do what we did last time, which would be bring both ordinances forward at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else? Meeting is adjourned. All right, now we're gonna go into a SEIU union.
Julie,
all
can
right.
we do that OTC letter? Have Chris approve. It's practically done.
I might just stay sitting right here because that table wasn't big enough. And